colossal vermin, I bar you from the heavens. As night ordains!
Silver Moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient plan.
This is predetermined. Keep on! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Pierce through it! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous!
You betray existence!
Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
Sau đó thì sao? Sau đó thì cái lúc họ đang đẩy tiếp trên đường giữa, mở luôn ngay lập tức.
Nhưng mà Saucy gặp nguy hiểm, bảo đạn xả khá là đẹp. Bút lao vào hút tung qua. Cơ hội quét sạch cho team Cinderella và 3 mạng có cho chúng ta.
也是只能慢慢走进来，先是一个球放出去，瑞儿被踹出去了，全部 CC 控制放在小 C 身上，玉铁之助没骑出来，就在空中倒地。而 Pop 9这里选择钻出去，还2个顶2个，配上好玉姐的 double， 差一点，而且没有前排的关系，但是野区的2被抓了，不对，嘉文被顶了起来 ，Pop 9交闪后面有一个华丽谢幕，这波野区打起来。 谁开大 ，Pistol 往后闪，这里有心有无双，但是冰鸟这边非常不错，轰左，让后面有一个往前输的机会，迪瑞这里只能交闪，轰左也想追，还能操作吗 ？B 也想保住雷兹，这里先把冰鸟给推到墙上，后面有个致命伏笔定住对方的冰鸟，但是 B 也要被留住 ，DCG 野区的碰撞防守打了一波1万3。
Đi sát vào tường xuống khu vực đường dưới để hỗ trợ cho SD. Những ý định băng trụ của Deep Road vẫn có. Bóng nay đi thẳng vào làm choáng, đánh đu lên câu thời gian, đáp xuống chạy về trụ. Bia sẽ hỗ trợ tốt cho đi trong pha này. Thậm chí chúng ta có cơ hội phản công khi Saucy đã khá là thất máu, nhưng đi cũng bị bắn khá nhiều. Bóng này mất công kích vũ bão. Dide đã vào vị trí nhắm vào phía rừng của đối phương, có đầy đủ tầm nhìn, đang khép góc lại cứ đánh tay mà thôi. Bóng này quyết định đổi góc, giật bắn cũng được kích hoạt vào chỗ của Dide và tạm thời Dide cũng phải tìm cách đúng rồi bởi máu của ta không còn nhiều nữa và phải tốc biến qua tường. Khi bên này SD vẫn đang bắn tốt nhưng xác định tốc biến là chưa đủ, bắn không đủ rồi. Nội tại được kích hoạt sau lượt 90. Lần sau nếu như cái cánh nhận trúng kết hợp với lại 7 thì đó có thể là màn hạ gục, nhưng cánh nhận đã bị che cho nên là Phân vẫn có khoảng trống tiến lên nhưng người không bị áp lực nhiều lắm là Saucy nằm xuống, Fan cũng nằm luôn. Double kill cho Bia.
Just running between two towers. The all out comes out, but he just stopwatches it. Down goes MCK and GAM will move forward to the next week of the knockout stage.
Theo cá nhân mình nghĩ thì ở đội của mình hiện tại để mà có thể trở nên thiên bản giống như Chua không thì mình nghĩ có thể là có. Nếu như mà bọn đánh đúng thực lực và đánh đúng phong độ cũng như là đánh một cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái và nó tự tin đó, thì mình nghĩ là team mình có thể đánh bại được các top trên của các đội ở LCP.
Just absolutely obliterated. Look at Vango. The double kill is good. It's all too much. DCG, they saw the target.
因为毕竟之前是以替补的身份去参赛嘛，其实以自己的实力跟先发身份进国际赛是我一直以来的梦想。
我觉得老六的历史将是我们纪录片非常丰富的一点。
就是我想对粉丝说，我们一定能展现最好的一面给你们看。
下个对手我们来了，我们状态非常好。
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Welcome back to the LCP. Welcome back to finals week, Carricks. We find ourselves in a knockout semi-final between GAM and DCG tonight, Carricks.
That we do, and it couldn't be more exciting. The stakes could not be higher. A spot in the grand final, a spot at MSI on the line.
You're so right. Whoever wins here tonight locks their place into that grand final against Team Secret Wales, who has already secured their position, who is already waiting, but arguably, even more importantly, that second international of the year MSI. They don't even have to win the grand final to go. They just need to win here tonight. So both teams, DCG and GAM, absolutely hyped. They've got to be putting on their best. There's no more chances here, as we do see GAM, they're ready to go. They're raring, they're firing. They beat MVK 3-0 last night, Carricks.
They dismantled MVK, frankly. Just ran them over in all 3 games. That new mid laner coming in, Glory, returning to the Rift, brought huge results for them yesterday.
Yeah, we waxed lyrical about Glory last night. He had a great game 1, he had a good game 2, and he had a moderate game 3 there. And Kiaya obviously overtook it all. But let's look at the journey to get to where we are now. GAM and DCG. DCG have potentially played the most games in this knockout stage to get to where they are. But the winner of tonight goes to that grand final against Team Secret Wales, Carrix, the Titan of the LCP.
And it's so exciting because this is, of course, a rematch. You can see there in match 4, DCG has already beaten GAM on this run. It's an opportunity for GAM to fight back to show that that was just a once-off slump from them, and an opportunity for DCG to show that, no, they are the real deal.
Yeah, Relove DCG, they've definitely made a sort of comeback. They've definitely peaked at the right time, but we take a look at Kiaya at the top of those standings. His performance last night was so good that he did earn himself yet another player of the match, and he stands alone above them all. As we do take a look at today's matchup, being GAM, who came into these knockout stages as our 2nd seed, versus Relove DCG, who came in as our 5th seed. And, you know, Relove DCG, they're no slouches. We were just saying they're on the up. They're definitely peaking at the right time here in these playoffs. And if they win tonight, yes, they go to the grand final. Yes, they lock in the MSI, but they also secure a rematch to the LCP Split 1 grand final, Carrix.
Exactly, but looking at the screen, we've got Kiaya, Drakthar, Glory, Artemis, and Taki. It's GAM ready to rep the VCS and get themselves a slot up in that grand final with Hype, Null, and RS waiting in the wings.
Yeah, rounding out that roster, we've got the brains, we've got the substitutes ready to swing in and refresh the team, refresh the roster if they need. And that's something we see here in the LCP so much. We see the use of substitutes. We see 6+ man rosters being registered for these games. And sometimes we saw it with CFO in 2025, changing between rest, changing between driver, and here it would be Glory and Ares. That style, that champ pool, it's just another, piece of gear in their tool belt that helps them overcome their opponents. It's another spanner in the works for their opponents, and something that DCG still has to practice against. And here is DCG. It's Florin, Pop9, Hongsu Feng, and Xiaoxi in the blue jerseys.
Florin, Pop9, Hongsu Feng. This whole team has just been incredible so far. DCG, I mean, coming from that 5th seed to make the run all the way to basically the grand finals, it's a Cinderella story.
Well, yeah, as a reminder to the viewers at home, Relove DCG weren't even in the LCP until this year. They entered in Split 1, and here they are again in Split 2. And Split 1, they made it to that grand final, and they're looking to do it again here tonight. But let's take a quick look at the head-to-head here, Carrix, because this is going to be good. Kiaya, the captain of GAM, versus Florin, the opposition in that top lane for Relove DCG.
And these are two players that are the linchpins for their team. We saw last night, Kiaya was a huge part of GAM getting that 3-0 over MVK every single game. Just brought incredible consistency. But Florin on the other side, he has been unstoppable. He plays just about everything. He wins every lane that he goes into. Both teams need to have a plan to shut down the opposing top side.
Yeah, last night we did see that Tristana into the Gnar. It worked pretty well to keep Kiaya quiet in that early game, but Florin is a top laner that does not crumble under pressure either. We've seen it time and time again, teams deciding to try and pressure Florin down and out, and he just does not let it happen. But let's take a quick look at our predictions for tonight, Carrix, as we've got some, you and I, we think alike. We've got GAM 3-2 beating DCG here tonight. And I'll tell you a little bit about my side, and then we can hear from you as well, Carrix. I think GAM have found their footing. I think Drakthar has found consistency. He's still got that explosive energy about it, but he just knows when to use it a bit more effectively. Kiaya, we saw it last night, having that carry potential to make up for when potentially his bot side is having a little bit of a lesser game. GAM just has more options available to them to take over the game, Carrix. And what about your prediction?
I mean, I did predict 3-2. This is a very, very close series, but I just think the way that they played last night, a lot of what you said, I totally agree with. I think the big stumbling block was Kiaya in DCG when they went down, but he's clearly back in form. That 1 week break, I don't think it did GAM any favors, but I've seen them make these lower bracket runs too many times to count them out. I've bet against them in these lower bracket runs probably 10 or 12 times in my career. I'm not making it a 13.
Yeah, but speaking of predictions and not betting against them, Pike has put his prediction in as well, and he is backing Relove DCG. He's calling it 3-2 in favor of them, but I definitely think we can see the case for it, right? We all agree that both of these teams are going to win at least 2 games in tonight's best of 5, because this is the semis. This is make or break. This is your grand final. This is your MSI slot on the line. I think GAM have got that explosiveness that will surprise Relove DCG. But, you know, Relove DCG, they proved it last split as well. They're consistent. And I think that could get them across the line here as well.
They absolutely are. And another matchup that I think can really go Relove DCG's way is the bot lane. Artemis, look, we can sing his praises, and we have many, many times, but Feng has really been showing himself as an extremely consistent ADC. Consistency is so important in that role. You have players like, for example, Doggo on CFO, who at their peak is probably the best ADC in the LCP, but wasn't consistent enough this split. While as Feng may not quite hit that high, not that he's far behind it, don't get me wrong, but he's that high every single time that he rolls out onto the Rift. And Xiaoxi, next to him, has been doing an incredible job, and I think can punish Taki's very, very roam-heavy playstyle by just barreling down on Artemis and forcing Taki to stay in the lane.
And if you can keep the support in lane, it removes the pressure from other lanes as well, right? So when you see like the Bard being picked up, you see the Pyke being picked up, you go, oh, they want to roam. So then you heavily apply that pressure to the AD carry of that lane, and that support, they're locked in, they're not allowed to leave. And like we saw, again, to use that reference last night with the Tristana into the Gnar, he was such a problem, such a bugbear that Kiaya on the Gnar was just never allowed to leave lane. He was never able to like eke out massive advantages and apply that lane pressure to the rest of the map. But Carrix, again, it's all on the line here for both of these teams tonight, and I just think GAM have got that experience to get them across the line. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, this is a team that has been here before, they'll be here again. And if the VCS has taught them anything, it's that until you're out, you can win the championship.
Exactly. We saw it last night, 3 games in a row. GAM was down, but they were not out. The first 15 minutes was MVK's, but the first 15 doesn't matter when you clutch it out in the last 15. But we'll be right here for the games after this Riot fist bump.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Just running between two towers. The all-out comes up and he just stopwatches it. Down goes MDK and GAM will move forward to the next week of the knockout stage.
Theo cá nhân mình nghĩ thì ở đội của mình hiện tại để mà có thể trở nên phiên bản giống như Chua không thì mình nghĩ có thể là có. Nếu như mà bọn đánh đúng thực lực và đánh đúng phong độ cũng như là đánh một cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái và nó tự tin đó, thì mình nghĩ là team mình có thể đánh bại được các top trên của các đội ở LCP.
It's just absolutely obliterated. Look at Vanguard, the double kill is good. It's all too much. DCG, they saw the target.
因为毕竟之前是以替补的身份去参赛嘛，其实以自己的实力跟先发身份进国际赛是我一直以来的梦想。
我觉得老六的历史将是我们纪录片非常丰富的一点。
就是我想对粉丝说，我们一定能展现最好的一面给你们看。
下个对手我们来了，我们状态非常好。
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 淘汰赛第3周第2天的赛程，由 GAM 出战 DCG。今天也是双方的2番战，在上次的交手 ，DCG 是亲手抬走了 GAM。今天的历史会再次的上演，还是 GAM 会亲手改写最终的结果呢？马上欢迎双方选手进场，上路 Kiaya Florence。打野 Draktar Pop 9， 中路 Glory Honso。下路 Artemis Fang， 辅助 Taki 小 C。 教练 ，No refrain。这一场越南胜利之枪对上深度交叉的比赛，能不能让弟弟9点前回家呢？比赛正式开始 ，It's game time！
Pretty sure we saw the CEO of GAM Time in the background behind Tommy there. He had his own face cardboard cut out as well because he believes it, like a lot of other fans here, that it is GAM Time tonight. But it is Relove DCG who stand in their way, preventing them potentially from getting to the grand final, from getting that international experience that they want at those MSIs. And it is all coming down to this best of 5 here, Carrick's. And you and I, we both believe GAM can do it 3-2, and you know, games will tell. Time will be the teacher of us all.
Yeah, that it will be. We both think it's going to go the distance. In fact, even Pike, though he has the winner differently, definitely thinks it'll go the distance. We all think this is going to be incredibly close. There is no daylight between these teams. It is just going to be who has shown up better today. Which coach has cooked that little bit more? Because the LCP just never stops delivering, and I'm so excited to get into our first draft.
I'm wondering if we're going to get some spicy drafting straight off the bat, right? Like last night we saw Kiaya have an outstanding, a stellar performance on that Gnar, but he was kind of stifled by that Tristana in the first half of the game. But we also saw that he was able to run sort of Kratos around the rift wherever he found him. And I'm hoping we get to see more of that here tonight. Like I hope because they've played back to back that GAM have kept their performance up. Like they've got their, skills sharpened and ready to go, whereas Relove DCG, it's been a couple of days since they've last played, so maybe they need a game to get into it. Maybe that will give the edge. And there he is, TK Nguyen, the CEO of GAM, ready to support his team. And God, there are already 5 bans in Carrix. Nocturne, 100% ban rate in the knockout stages here. No one is getting to play that particular champ.
No, our dreams will be safe. No nightmares as Lee Sin, Nocturne, Cassiopeia, Jarvan, and Varus all removed. Ezreal taken out as well. These bans make a huge amount of sense to me. These are sort of the OPs of the patch. But DCG get to start it off. And I just want to drill down. You mentioned the Gnar. That is a really high prio pick this year. It's not game 1 first pick prio, don't get me wrong, but it is a really important pick to keep in mind because Florin has been unstoppable on that pick. And Kiaya so far hasn't played the counters. He played Tristana top. It didn't really work. Rumble will be the pick. Makes sense in game 1. But going forward, not this game, game 2, game 3, and beyond, Gnar is going to be really pivotal.
Yeah, he definitely will be. He has a lot of angles. He's a very sort of high damage top laner as well. If you can get online, get those massive, backline AoE stuns that we know and love him for. But I really like the bans that we did see here too, right? The J4 ban, that's definitely against Drakthar because he loves that champion. I really do think Lee Sin is just, as you've called many times, a solid ban no matter who gets it. Every single pro jungler must have a great Lee Sin in their basket, otherwise they're going to be stifled for their options here. But Rise picked up for Glory. This will be the first time we have seen him on the blue man, so this will be interesting, but they did slam that first. So I'm wondering if that's like trying to give Glory those comfort picks because that Cassiopeia was banned away, especially into Shawnee. Even after he got ganked, he was just fearless in the face of MBK with that pick.
He really was, but this is a bit of a dangerous one. Rise is super comp agnostic. You can pick whatever you want around him. Garma not locked into anything, but just getting Vi Talia thrown straight back into you, this is a really rough one. Come level 6, I mean, Glory's going to have to work really, really hard, or he is just going to have a bit of a scheduled death. Xin Zhao, I think, would make a lot of sense for Drakthar. Lock that one up early. It's good into the Vi. You can solo her out really nicely. It's good into the Talia as well. She can't really deal damage to you during the Crescent Guard because of the range interaction. So far, GAM have not locked themselves into any real comp direction. This is super flexible based on where they want to take their bot lane, while DCG are putting together a pick comp.
Yeah, a pick comp with that equalizer from the Rumble going over the top. Vi cease and desisting into the backline. Talia with that Weaver's Wall also into that backline. But I also really like the Weaver's Wall for the environmental shutting off that it can do, right? It can hem you in. It can prevent you from taking pathways to escape. So it's very sort of a big brain pick, I want to say, in that regard on how you use that Talia ultimate. But we do see that Bard banned away by DCG. They don't want Taki having that Bard. They saw Taki with it last night and using it to great effect, helping GAM escape some of those ganks that MBK were putting together. Nautilus, that sort of tanky support, able to frontline, able to engage, bring so much CC against Relove DCG. Jhin banned away. Jin's an interesting one to ban away, sort of so high priority there. But Seraphine picked up, and this is what I would expect. I would expect them to pick the other half to prevent that Ashe Seraphine combo carry. So great pick there from GAM to get the Seraphine because she's one of the stronger Enchanter supports, and a smart counter pick from Relove DCG to pull that duo apart. Oh, it hasn't even picked it yet.
It's a tricky one because what do you pair with the Ashe? I think they will lock it in, as you said, to sort of take it away from the Seraphine. You don't want to play into that. The sort of second option of the Mel for GAM is also not great here. We do need a little bit of AD. So I don't think we'll be going that way. The tricky part, I mean, do we go Sivir? Sivir Seraphine doesn't sound incredible for GAM, but where I think GAM has really boxed DCG in is DCG wanted to pick an engage support. I don't think they wanted to pick this Lulu. Lulu Ashe is not a terrible combo, but it's not really something we think about as a really premier combo. And the lack of engage does make this tricky. I would love Xayah here. I think Xayah makes a huge amount of sense. Jinx would be very, very risky, but at the same time have huge, huge pop-off potential because currently it really is just by going in and hoping that a Wild Growth and a Taliyah follow-up is enough.
Ooh, as they do lock in that Misfortune. Okay, so getting some of that extra shielding, getting some of that extra lockdown on the Seraphine E. It's not the most CC in the world. Artemis is going to have to work for those kills on this MF, but he did it last night. I believe that he can do it again here. And it looks like GAM, they've got plenty of damage here. They've got Rise, they've got Misfortune. Xin Zhao is definitely no slouch himself. They've got a great front line with Cassante and Xin Zhao. Relove DCG, yeah, Rumble's in the top lane, but he's not a real tank character. So I'm wondering, like you said, it's a pick comp, right? But they don't have massive damage immediately.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard one to play out. It does need to be catching isolated picks. Vision control is going to be mission critical for DCG. If they can set up vision lines, if they can make GAM blind, I think that is how this has to work. Because in the end, it is a Rise in MF. They're not the most mobile champs in the world. If they get soloed out by a Vi, it's flash or die.
And the thing with Xin Zhao as well is he actually got a minor buff in this patch. He got some AP scaling, so it really helps his healing, really helps his sustainability. So I do like that he's kind of risen in priority off the back of those buffs, and we're seeing him more and more. Last night, we saw him use so effectively against that Kindred. I'm so sorry to speak ill of Kindred, but that Crescent Guard just,
bring that back up.
That Crescent Guard was an inspired choice against Kindred's ultimate there. Is we are on the riff for game one of tonight's best of 5 semi-final series between GAM and Relove DCG. And as a reminder, whoever wins tonight's best of 5, they go to the grand final and they will go to MSI as the LCP's second representative alongside Team Secret Wales.
Exactly. And I'm really excited to see who it will end up being. I think both of these teams have made a case for themselves that they've deserved it. But of course, before we think about MSI, we have to think about both tonight and tomorrow, because taking home that LCP trophy is definitely something both of these teams want. It's early on. Both junglers do start on top side, which is unsurprising. I want it too. It's a cool trophy.
Yeah, like, can we go to the arena and like grab the trophy and be like, oh, haha, we have it. Now you have to come to us.
Where do you stand? Trophy versus plates? What do you think's cooler? I like the shields.
Ooh, good route there coming out from Taki. But so trophies or plates, and you like shields, right? So I presume when you say plate, you mean shield, you mean plate.
I mean shield.
Yeah. Okay. God, you know, I really like the plates or shields because you can actually engrave like multiple wins onto one. It's like a multi-purpose trophy.
Exactly.
But I think trophies are so impressive in and of themselves, and being able to display multiples for each individual accolade, it's kind of a bigger flex, right? So like, I don't know, I like it. As we do see that hawk shot coming from Feng there, just spotting Drakthar out. So DCG, they know Drakthar is invading their jungle. Oh, okay.
I think he dodged it because he's not getting pinged. I don't know if they 100% know he's here. They're reading it now because the bot lane's moving. But this is a big play here. I like this a lot. They use that bot lane prio and they get a jungle lead.
And this is what Drakthar was doing last night as well against the Kindred, right? He had more motivation, but he was proactively invading, stealing away those marked camps so that Kindred could not get those marks. And here we see Drakthar, he's still using that same energy. He's just stealing that blue buff away from Pop9, denying the CS, denying the experience, and getting his own Scuttle Crab first. But Pop9, one of the more experienced junglers here in the LCP will have seen that and will doubtlessly be looking to invade Drakthar's topside jungle too. And while we were talking, GAM had eked out a 400 gold lead for themselves, but now it's been brought back to 200 gold, and Glory walking up.
Has to be careful here. Will get flicked back. Does manage to flash away from that, but that flash being burned, that is all they had to do. Because now you come back at level 6 when you have a Vi ult and there's no flash. This is just, you know, sometimes when you go to the doctor and he says, look, you have to come back in 2 weeks. This is that you have to come back in 2 levels to get yourself a kill. The flash forward from Taki doesn't land the root though. Feng on the run, flashes away. Artemis does have his flash, but doesn't get in range. A good little win out there for GAM in the bot side.
Yeah, they do get those summoners, but Taki flashing forward, missing that stacked E that would have certainly locked in Feng's death, because it would have
Artemis
rooted CC.
Goes forward, gets the double up. He's going to go down, but this is a great trade. He denies an entire wave. He gets himself first blood. Artemis has got to be happy.
Yeah, I think you'd call that worth. Getting that first blood bounty bonus is absolutely, worth it there. I mean, I used worth and worth, but that's how worth it is Pop9. He's here in the middle again, just trying to make sure they keep that pressure onto Glory. And I love the emote, like, can you please leave me alone? But you take a look at it, right? Artemis got first blood. He's 20 CS up over Feng already. This bot lane, all of the lead for GAM is here. And we see Taki going for this flash again. And I have to imagine he was trying to predict Feng running back rather than aggressing forward into Artemis. But once Taki was there, Feng realized, oh, I need to run. And it worked in his favor, right? Whereas here, Taki just gets one more E onto Feng, gets him down low enough for Artemis to flash Q forward and take Feng out. So really good play there. Yes, it was 1-for-1, but GAM finds themselves up 600 gold, and the first Drake is in the pit. Now, neither of these teams are overly aggressive. Oh,
Realm
look out. Oh.
They're going to come in. Feng is in trouble, rooted up. There's more members arriving. Xiaoxi will probably follow him to the grave. Give this one over to Glory. GAM are looking fierce. They've got a game plan.
Absolutely. That was beautifully executed. We were just talking about that bot side having that lead, and then Glory and Drakthar ran straight down bot, used that Realm Warp. Taki getting that root perfectly onto Feng. Already 0-2 in 6 minutes on the AD carry. That's not going to feel good. GAM up 3-1, 1.5k gold. They have priority on that Drake, but it looks like Pop9's actually going to get there first, despite GAM having all of the vision. We get to see it. There's that Realm Warp from a distance. Taki, the double E, gets the root. Nothing Feng can do. And then I like this. Glory's running ahead as well, just in case of a flash coming out of Xiaoxi, and he knew he was dead. He decided not to commit that flash. It would have been a wasted resource. So really heads up from Xiaoxi there, not to give any more resources over to GAM.
100%. And what's really great about this is it moves Glory away from the mid lane right when the pressure that could have come in to punish him for the earlier flash could be sort of exercised. Now, they could still run it. They could still send the send the Talia and get a kill, but it matters a little bit less now that Glory's gone in and gotten himself some gold bot lane. He doesn't mind dying quite as much if they spend those resources on him. And Pop9, there's a bit of pressure on him to maybe go bot lane and spend the ult there instead.
And that's the thing too, Artemis has cleanse. One of the summoners that stands out to me, if we do take a quick look there, is that cleanse, respecting that Ash arrow that can come through. And right now, Artemis does have an ult advantage over Feng, just about to tick over to 6. But, I mean, now is not the time to make the play, but if they did, it would have been a massive, massive difference. Instead, DCG, they've sent their bot lane up to this Drake. They're intent on taking the first one of the game, and GAM, they don't really have too many people here. They're not going to contest this one as Drakthar getting poked down by Hongsu. An easy take of the first.
Hang on a minute. Hongsu, though, taking a really lazy path there, just gets caught out. Drakthar goes over the wall. Taki being just as silly with it, though. He has all of DCG coming in on him. They go in on Glory. It's an enormous Seraphine ult to turn it all around as the bullet time rips them through. Artemis gets 2, Drakthar gets 1, and a 4-for-1 out of nowhere, Logan.
Oh, Taki with his dying breath rips the encore out of Seraphine, just slows DCG down, gets that CC, keeps them around when they definitely didn't want to be, and Artemis secures a double in that fight. 4 kills over to GAM, 1 over to DCG. This is the early game GAM that we wanted to see last night, and they have turned up here when it matters the most. And we see it here. Hongsu, as you say, just halving upwards with all of GAM around. Taki getting a great double E there, pressuring Hongsu further up. Taki, unfortunately, deep in the back lines of Relove DCG. And as Taki dies, that encore catches 2 members. Artemis traveled sort of south and is able to rip that bullet time across the surviving members of DCG. And the damage tells the tale here, Carrix. Artemis on top.
Yeah, Artemis seems to be in the motion, which, if you're not a GAM fan, is a terrifying thing to see. But when you are a GAM fan, it's perfect, perfect stuff. Now, DCG, of course, they are now down nearly 3,000 gold. That's a terrible situation, but there is silver lining. They have the first dragon. They have the grubs. They are certainly not out of this one yet. Logan, how would you like to see them bring this one back into it?
Yeah, I mean, they are only 3k down and 7-2 at 10 minutes, right? At 3k, it's not an insurmountable difference. GAM were down... MVK were up more yesterday, and GAM still found a way back in. And this is Relove DCG. I genuinely believe Relove can find their way back in. And one thing that I'm looking at is we haven't seen much from Pop9 getting into the back lines and pairing up with Xiaoxi, getting that wild growth ultimate, right?
Playing super aggressive here, just gets in on Xiaoxi, but I think this was too deep. The Realm Warp brings in the rest of the team, but I don't know about this one, GAM. A bullet time will get them 1 kill back, but this was a very, very silly play. Glory desperately trying to cut it out. They will get 1 more, but GAM, what have we done?
That's exactly how you do it. You wait for Drakthar to dive too deep. The demons of Split 1 still follow Drakthar here in Split 2. We saw it last night. Sometimes he's just a little too bloodthirsty. Sometimes he goes a little too deep, and that was one of those times. 4 kills over to DCG, 2 to GAM, and they had to scrap and fight for the 2 that they did get. That Realm Warp delivering GAM deep into the clutches of 5 members of DCG here, Carrix. A great encore from Taki, able to buy just enough to take out that second member of DCG, but that gold lead just cut by 1,500 right then, right there. We're at 15 kills in 11.5 minutes. This is more than a kill a minute. This is an absolute bloodbath, Carrix, and this is normal for the LCP.
It absolutely is. The LCP never slows down. It always delivers. As GAM need to bounce back from what was an over-aggressive play, shall we say. They still have a lead. They are still comfortable. We can't let DCG get anything back. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. That is not a bear I would poke. As look, every time we go top lane, look, Kiai is not having fun. He's playing Cassandra in the Rumble, but Feng could be in some trouble. Does use the arrow to make some space. Drakthar lurking on the side, but they're not going to go under the tower.
Yeah, I do like that. They're still aggressing. They won't let mistakes deter them. And that's the hallmark of a good team, right? Is Chassis just layering those wards down, getting that vision. They know Drakthar has backed away. The ult committed from Feng, but not from Artemis. Artemis finds himself 20 CS up, 1.5k gold up. He is the gold lead for GAM right now, and they are around this second Drake. They're getting that vision control. They're clearing out the wards. They want to know if Relove DCG is going to make a move. Kiaya and Florin still on that top side as Pop9 goes for the GAM top side blue buff here. No plans to contest that Drake just yet. And GAM, they've got the vision. They've got the priority. I reckon DCG is going to go for a top lane dive here.
Kiaya has just TP'd back, but the Cassante is a little bit too hard to dive, especially when he TPs in, gets that big health shield. So I think they call that play off. Good job not contesting Dragon. Would have been a very, very foolish endeavor. We can see the gold lead. Of course, they can't see that in-game, but we know that if they had fought that 4v4, given that Florent didn't have teleport, that effective 1.5-ish K gold lead was actually closer to 2.5 because Florin has such a big lead over Kiaya, but wouldn't have been participating in the fight. So DCG, they do the right thing. They let GAM equalize the Drakes. We head onto the Mountain Rift. And 1.5k gold, it's a lot right now, but give it another few minutes and that becomes pretty inconsequential.
Yeah, we also see those first items coming through. That Rod of Ages for Glory, the Bloodthirster for Artemis, a Kraken Slayer for Feng, the Sundered Sky there for Pop9. So these fights, they're starting to get a bit more explosive. A lot more damage is starting to come through as Pop9 just invading the jungle of GAM here. Glory has to be careful. He knows there's at least 2 members. Ooh, Drakthar spotted him.
Does spot him out, but just forces Pop9 back. No triggers pulled quite yet, but there is a Realm Warp.
But that's what you want to see, right? Like, when you know that the enemy jungler is just behind you and you've got your lane opponents in front of you, you want to see your jungle supporting you. So I do like how fast Drakthar responded to that to sort of dissuade any chance of a dive onto Glory. Glory, he's 10 CS up over Hongsu. He's not doing too bad on this rise as, ooh, topside.
Kiaya and Florent having a biff, and here comes Hongsu. Kiaya must flash away. He has to dodge the flip. He can't quite do it. Vialt as well. Kiaya tries to all out, but down he goes. They're going to try and keep this one going as well. Drakthar is in trouble, hits the Crescent Guard, but I don't think he can get out of this one. DCG, they've brought everyone and been rewarded with 2.
Yeah, 5 members on the top side for Relove DCG. They take Kiaya, they take Drakthar, but the rest of GAM is getting those cross-map objectives here as Taki was waiting in the wings.
Ult with a bullet time. Bang, bang, bang. Feng has to flash.
I like that. Taki was playing on that vision so well, got that root onto Feng, allowed Artemis to get that bullet time and forced the flash out of Feng. Their 80 carry no longer with the flash, so will prevent sort of any ease of escape later on, and they buy themselves that priority on the Rift Herald here too. I like that from GAM. DCG, they ran from top to mid, and GAM turned it back around on them, forced them to commit resources just to escape instead of actually getting anything more out of GAM. So these cross-map plays, these macro plays is what is helping GAM stay ahead here as, oh, Kiaya just walked straight into Florin's face. And the members of DCG, they were already there. We saw Pop9 was rotating. We saw Hongsu commit that Weaver's Wall, and they got everything out of Kiaya, even the ult. He all outs just at the end to try and survive a little bit longer. And Drakthar, I think he was in the area. I think he was trying to respond to that sort of 3v1, but I don't think he expected 5 members of Relove DCG to be there. And oh, that gold graph tells the tale. Gold lead down to nearly 500 now. 17 kills in 17 minutes. It's still a bloodbath because both teams want this.
That they do. Now, GAM do have quite a lot of standing gold left to collect. They have that Rift Herald. They have towers that are low and could fall. So that gold lead could spring back up. And the other thing as well is that GAM, they can try and fight away from Florin. Florin is so far ahead of Kiai. He's 4k ahead in the individual matchup that if they can create a 4v4, if they can create a situation where Florin can't participate and neither can Kiai, sorry, he's 2.5k. I don't know why I said 4k, but he's 2.5k. 4k would be ridiculous. They essentially have a huge gold lead because Artemis is so far ahead of Feng, has got 2 items completed compared to the 1.5 of Feng. Taki, the Seraphine, is very hard to deal with when Florin's not there. He is the one carrying the anti-heal as he's the best one to apply it. It's a correct decision from DCG getting him to buy it, but it does mean that he can't just live in the side.
Yeah, he is forced to come to these fights, and GAM rip the Rift Herald. They're going to crack this mid lane tier 1 and hopefully more. There's 4 members of them here as Taki jumps in the Uber and wants to run. Oh, yeah, no,
decides
Taki.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Changes his mind on that one, and I think he would have died if he hadn't.
That's it, but Florin has been left alone on this top side as well. Gets a lot of work done on this top side tier 1 of GAMs. Kiai, forced to respond here, has built a lot of MR, but Florin just has so much more AP damage that it's still getting a lot of work done because Florin has over a level advantage on Kiai, has 20 CS, 4 kills over Kiai. He's just finished his Zonya's Hourglass as well, so he's going to be that much harder to kill. He's able to pop that equalizer and then go in the stopwatch.
Glory is super far ahead. There's a Weaver's Wall behind them. Draktar's desperately going to try and peel, but I don't think GAM can escape. This is over-aggressive. We do not need to be making these plays, GAM.
Oh, pop 9. Deep flank. DCG, they're going to try and clear this wave, crash it into the tower, and then go between the towers. Good ult. Good ult from Artemis to clear that wave.
But this gives Dragon...
Yeah.
Shocking play out of Glory. Shocking play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still reeling from it, Carrix. I'm like, what? I want to try and understand the thought process there from Glory to try and make that play. Like, I'm really looking forward to this replay as we go to it here, right? So, 4 members of GAM as the Realm Warp from the back, but Draktar, Taki, and Artemis still aren't close enough. So, Glory is left deep in the face of 4 members of Relove DCG. Maybe, I feel like that was miscommunication. I feel like that's possibly one of the only solutions there. That he was like, I'm making this play, and he started to make the play, and then maybe the rest of GAM like, no, like, don't go for this, don't do it. Because that just felt really out of place. It felt out of sync. Florin now 3.5k up. DCG, they're 1.6k up, and it's all because of Florin. He is arguably the one hard carrying DCG to the victory line here. Dare I call it a little too soon. They have secured the grubs. They have secured 2 Drakes. They're in the advantageous position now. It's GAM playing from behind in this 20th minute here. They do have some good vision control around that topside river, and I'm not seeing much from DCG. The Baron is up though, so there are objectives to fight for, Carrix.
There is, but I'm hoping that GAM sort of pump the brakes a little bit. They do not need to be going nearly that aggressive. Let Glory scale. Get your Rise up to level 16. He needs that 3rd level of the ultimate so that his Qs can hit super hard. There is, oh no, the collapse is in. Glory is in trouble. He'll be going down again. And Blue Man is feeling pretty blue.
Yeah. That was just a really good pick. Relove DCG, they had the read on GAM. They knew where Glory was going. They've got the wards. You can see them in GAM's jungle. And so Bang just able to let rip with that Ashe ult. Lands on the Glory. Max range, max stun. Sorry?
Oh, GAM, they were committing the TP. They were contesting the Baron, so DCG do back off.
Yeah. So they get that max range stun, and with Pop 9 in the area, with Hongshu committing that Weaver's Wall, there was nothing Glory could do. They even got that shield out of his item, so he's extremely vulnerable right now. No Ghost, no Flash. If I was DCG, I'd be looking to try and run it back and get another pick onto Glory ASAP. Just take him out of the game effectively. He's got another 2 minutes before that Rod of Ages ticks over. He is a full level behind Hongsu right now. And Relove DCG, they've scaled into late game monsters. And I do hate to say it, but where is the Kiaya of last night? He's just struggling into this rumble of Florin.
I'm gonna step in on behalf of top laners everywhere. This isn't Kiaya's fault. He's died once. Florin has 5 kills. Like, you know, sometimes you press tab and go, what am I meant to do, man? Drakthar does try and aggress a little bit. There is the Equalizer and the Weaver's Wall. Drakthar has been flicked forward. It's a good bullet time to try and get damage down. There's an all-out as well. Can Kiaya get it done? No, has to run away. Gamma fighting split. Can they get something? They can. They take down Feng. There's a Realm Warp as well. It's not going very far as Artemis moves a couple of inches, but does get out. Kiaya, can he live? He does. A 1-for-1 in a big fight.
Jungle for AD carry. That was a massive fight. Almost every single ultimate was used there. And we saw that Zhonya's Hourglass get cracked for Florin, saving him from a lot of that damage from Artemis's bullet time. As we see it here, Drakthar makes a call. He goes in on Pop 9 and a great ult there from Rumble just across the back line of GAM. The thing, though, is Drakthar on this Xin Zhao survives for so long. That's that sort of AP scaling buff. That's that sustain and healing that he has. He can tank forever. It's surprising what he can do. And Kiaya able to live on the backside as well there. Just a great play, very exciting, very explosive. Florin increasing his gold lead and lifting DCG up with him, as Pop 9 has also found nearly 1,000 over Drakthar. However, it is 30 seconds until the 4th Drake of the game. DCG, they're at 2 right now. I would imagine that they would want to contend this one. The Baron is also up, though, so they could play for one or the other. They have the vision on the Baron, so they'll make the play for the Drake. And GAM, it looks like they're just going to let this one go over because we see Drakthar rotating to clear camps.
Yeah, I think they giving this one up, it does make sense. You don't have your bullet time quite yet. You won't have your Realm Warp in time. GAM can try and get a look in on this, but I don't think it's very wise. Just let them get the 3rd. It's not the most important one that GAM are playing from behind at the moment. And one little interaction I really want to drill down on, because we saw it in that fight, is actually Hongshu. Haven't really talked about him a huge amount this game, but he is doing exactly what he needs to do, because what Drakthar wants to do there is he steps forward, presses the Crescent Guard, and just says, well, now Rumble ult doesn't do damage to me. I can stand here, I can tank for ages, but he gets flicked in. Suddenly he is close to the Rumble, he is burning to death, and as much as, yeah, he does a good job to survive as long as he can, that Sundered Sky proc did do quite a lot. If Hongshu can find really good disruption with the Talia flick, it does get harder and harder for Drakthar to do his job. And the other person it really affects is Glory, because Glory has to play close. This is Rise. You have to play on the edge of the knife. And it's hard to be on the balance beam when there's someone chucking rocks at you trying to make you fall over.
And yeah, as speaking of Glory too, he's got that actualizer, so it's now a 3-item rise, but Talia, not to be outdone, also closing in on that 3rd item there. And Florin is just proving the menace that GAM is unable to take out. A 12-stack Medjai's has that anti-heal on that item that I cannot say. I just call it a Omnomnomicon there, the anti-heal, anti-shield device. Yeah, more on. But we see as well 22 kills aside. The kills have slowed down. They're less than a kill a minute. I'm disappointed right now, Carrix. I was hoping for more, but they've turned their sights on the jungle objectives, all right? Relove DCG, they've got the 3 grubs, they've got the 3 drakes. They're on Soul Point. The next Drake will be a must fight condition for GAM. They cannot let Relove DCG get the Dragon Soul, and they definitely can't let them get the Baron. But DCG, they've got all the vision. They know what GAM's doing.
Kiaya will walk in, able to buy enough space that they can clear out at least a little bit of this vision. There is a bit of a cheeky one in this brush here. Glory is going to sweep that one out now. So GAM do have temporary vision control over the Baron, but temporary is the key word. DCG will be able to move in themselves, but I think we are going to be in a bit of a stalemate for a little bit. What needs to happen is Florin needs to start threatening an inner tower, but he can't just do it all at once. It's a bit of an ebb and flow. While his team's getting vision, he wants to back off a little bit so he doesn't get collapsed on. While GAM is getting vision, he can push a wave in. Once he's hitting a tower, it forces GAM to do something, and that's what DCG wants. Just constantly force GAM to do stuff.
And I mean, he has a 2-level advantage. He has a 5-kill advantage over Kiaya too. So he's even happy to face Kiaya in a 1v1 in the lane, because I'm fairly confident that Florin would win that matchup as well here. So we see Feng, he throws out that hawk shot just to get a little extra vision, make sure that no junglers are trying to get cheeky flank angles, and it lets the rest of DCG walk into those jungles and place those wards a bit more safely. As we see them here, they're gathered up in the GAM bot side jungle before making a hasty retreat, and it's creating a safe path for Florin, right? He knows he can move through that jungle safely. There will be no GAM surprises waiting for him as they rotate around to what looks like they're going to start the Baron up soon. They're definitely getting all the wards. They're getting the vision. They're making sure that that top side wave is shoved in too, so that they don't have to worry about any pressure on their base. And yeah, they're just playing it slow. They're making GAM come into them here, Carrix.
That they are, as GAM has come into them. There's the equalizer being dropped. Drakthar will rip out the Crescent Guard. Kiaya is burning down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow soaked up by Drakthar. Can GAM evacuate? It's a bullet time just to zone them away. Vi drawn very far into the backside. Kiaya is low, but Pop9 is being focused down. He goes down, but now Florin charges forward with Fang behind him. It's DCG coming out on top of this one. Only Drakthar and Artemis get away. It should be a Baron for DCG. Actually, no, it won't be with Pop9 down, but they win the fight.
Yeah, they definitely win the fight, which is everything that they wanted. They've eked out a 5,000 gold lead, and they're going to keep pushing this mid-tier 2 from this position because, as you say, Drakthar and Artemis, they had to recall. Artemis hitting that bullet time in that fight, it didn't get too much damage done, but it did force DCG to back away. As we go to this replay, Kiaya, he's the tank. He has to face check that brush, but he's less than 75% health rate. He dips below 20, very nearly dies just for face checking that brush. And that flick from Hong Su there, getting so much work done as well. And Florin just face tanks the rest of GAM as they try and respond to DCG coming from their jungle. And that's all the vision that they'd set up earlier. They just got so heavily rewarded for it. Relove DCG knew exactly where GAM were. They knew exactly when they were doing what and were able to play around it with full information, full control. And GAM had nothing. They were playing into darkness, which was DCG's advantage. And unfortunately, lost the fight, forced to retreat, gives over the Drake, gave over the tier 2 tower, and now DCG are applying the pressure on the bot too.
Yeah, DCG super far ahead now. They do secure Mountain Soul. The only saving grace is that Mountain Soul doesn't necessarily stop Rise. If Glory can get a really good fight, if he can scale even more, he doesn't really care about a little shield. He doesn't really care about some increased resistances because he does do so much damage. But that is not to say that DCG isn't massively ahead right now. And a big thing to sort of look at is it's because Florin is so fed, and I know that sounds obvious, but how can Rise do his job? The whole way you play Rise is you skirt on the outskirts of fights, and you do have to tank up a little bit of damage. But you can't tank a Flame Spitter right now. It's too much.
Yeah, you can't tank what Florin has to offer. That Magi's is now at 20 stacks, nearly at full capacity. And this is the head-to-head that we talked about before coming into tonight's matchup. Kiaya versus Florin. And Florin right now is absolutely sort of running the rift. It's not just people are saying, you know, Kiaya, oh, you're not doing great. It's no, he did fine in the laning phase. It's now that it's broken out into the team fight. It's Florin in the face of everyone doing so much damage. Every time they bring up that damage chart, Florin is #1. But Pop9 has just secured that Guardian Angel for himself, so he's going to be that much harder to kill. He's going to be able to dive a lot more freely now and not get overly punished for it, and DCG are going to be able to follow him in. Unfortunately, Drakthar only halfway through his own. As Relove DCG, they've started up this Baron. There's no pings from GAM yet. There it is. They've started pinging it out.
Pinging it now. There's a Realm Warp if they want to go for this, but I don't think they should. They just have to give this one up. Oh, Drakthar, he's caught by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He's way too far ahead. He will be fed to the Wolves. Can the rest of GAM get away? Artemis on the run, but he's got Hongshu bearing down on him. A cleanse will not do enough. The flash to desperately attempt it. This is a GA pop. He will be picked up as well. GAM are collapsing, and I think we're not too far away as Glory caught out as well by Fang. Stutter stepping like perfection. Oh my word, DCG, they are moments away from taking us to game 2.
Yeah, watching Feng glide there on that Ashe is such a sight to see. The pros know how to do this. Kiaya and Taki, the sole members of GAM, left to defend Carrix.
Kiaya throws himself in, desperately just trying to deal damage, trying to clear a wave, but all out is not enough. With Pop9 diving the back, the towers will fall. It is Taki against the world, and the world is too much. DCG fight back in a dominant game #1.
Relove DCG find themselves up 1-0 after game 1 of tonight's best of 5 series between Relove DCG and GAM. GAM flipped the script. GAM had the early lead here tonight, whereas last night they brought the leads back in the late game, and Relove DCG, they were the ones who were like, okay, we're down early, that's fine. We play for the late, we play for the long game, and they were able to come back hard around that 15-minute mark and just assert their dominance over GAM. It felt like once they got ahead, they never let the lead go. They chipped away at GAM with sort of 2 big fights. It went from 3 to 1.5 and 1.5 down to 0, and it was Florin everywhere. Nearly 25k from Florin. Where was the damage from GAM?
Good question. Not present in this game, it would seem, because those damage charts only go one way.
Yeah, I mean, the damage tells the tale, and I know sometimes we like to say, oh, Rumble damage, it's fake damage, but it really isn't. He's getting those equalizers on the back line of GAM, onto Artemis, onto Taki, onto Glory, and they're just melting under the AP damage that he was able to deliver. But, you know, Hongshu, no slouch on that Talia, Feng on that Ashe, able to do almost as much as Florin on that Rumble. And despite GAM's good start, DCG, like Florin, just weathered the storm and turned it around and crushed GAM in the end. It was a 30-kill game, 19-11 in 33 minutes. And you know, these moments that we did get to see from GAM, they were good, but they just weren't able to keep them up. And it felt like, unfortunately, it was kind of off the back of Drakthar going in a little too deep that one time and getting very hard, like badly punished. And then Glory going too deep near that tier 2 turret earlier as well. And not only did he get punished for that, but Drakthar did too because of the Weaver's Wall. Hongshu, with these Weaver's Walls, was so effective. He zoned GAM exactly the way DCG needed so that they could win these team fights.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the fight you're talking about. They all go so deep. I just don't think how this is ever going to work. You're outnumbered. Drakthar was basically already dead by the time the rest of the team gets here. MF doesn't want to be in the middle of the enemy team. She needs to be playing far back, trying to just land long-range damage. I felt like GAM's game plan just never really came together. There was opportunities for it to. Artemis, I think, had a pretty good game. But with Florin as fed as he was, there was just no counterplay. Kiaya, I don't actually think he had a terrible game on the Cassante. I think he did actually find some pretty good moments of peel, pretty good catches. But there's just nothing you can do when the Rumble's that big.
I agree. Kiai didn't play a bad game. He played, dare I say, an average game. It just feels like Relove DCG played a great game in almost every one of their roles. Yes, their bot lane started slow, but they came back. Florin, when he's in your face with the flame spitters and the equalizers, and you've got to respect it, you've got to run. It creates that space that then lets Hongshu, then lets Feng get their damage down. It lets them slow you and give access to your front line, right? And it's that combination, it's that teamwork that came out of Relove DCG that GAM were just unable to overcome, especially when they would lose a member typically very early. And Feng was a menace with these arrows. He was getting some fantastic picks. He got Drakthar here, he got Glory on GAM's top side earlier as well, where Hongshu and Pop9 were able to follow up. And that's the power of that Ashe, right? The Hawk shots as well, giving vision, preventing a lot of the ganking that GAM definitely wants to do.
That they do. GAM need to clean things up if they're going to get over the line in Game 2, but DCG can kind of just do more of the same because boy, did it work.
Yeah, that wasn't like a very special draft either. That's something that they can definitely put together again and run back and keep doing to GAM, right? I feel like it's going to be up to GAM to have to sort of break through that strategy, break through the team of Relove DCG here, because I feel like Relove DCG, they could just copy paste and do that in Game 2 and take Game 2 with how that one played out. But we'll have to wait and see, because we'll be right back after this break for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 5 series, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Just running between two towers. The all out comes up and he just stopwatches it. Down goes MDK and GAM will move forward to the next week of the knockout stage.
Cá nhân mình nghĩ thì ở đội của mình hiện tại để mà có thể trở nên phiên bản giống như Chu không thì mình nghĩ có thể là có. Nếu như mà bọn mình đánh đúng thực lực và đánh đúng phong độ cũng như là đánh một cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái và nó tự tin đó, thì mình nghĩ là team mình có thể đánh bại được các top trên của các đội ở LCP.
Just absolutely obliterated. Look at Vanguard, the double kill is good. It's all too much. DCG, they saw the target.
因为毕竟之前是以替补的身份去参赛嘛，其实以自己的实力跟先发身份进国际赛是我一直以来的梦想。
我觉得老六的历史将是我们纪录片非常丰富的一点。
就是我想对粉丝说，我们一定能展现最好的一面给你们看。
下个对手我们来了，我们状态非常好。
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Game 1 is done and dusted here in the semi-final of LCP Split 2, and it went the way of Relove DCG. After 33 minutes, GAM started so strong, having that lead for the first sort of 15, 16, and then Relove DCG, they found their way back in. They won a couple of team fights, and then they did not let go, Carrix. I loved those comps.
Yeah, I mean, DCG, as you said, I don't think it was that special a comp. It's sort of the only sort of maybe out there pick is a Game 1 Talia. Normally we see her maybe a little bit deeper in the series, but certainly nothing that should have caught GAM particularly off guard. But they just played it to perfection. And that worries me when they do use drafts that they've cooked up, because I guarantee these coaches have some crazy things cooked. Because if they pull out something crazy, if they get a massive counter pick, it's going to be even worse for GAM.
Well, that's the thing, right? Sometimes simple done well is the best solution. There's a saying, right? Keep it simple. Yeah, exactly. And it's KISS. It's keep it simple, and I won't say the rest of that one. I'm sure we all know it. But that feels like what Relove DCG managed to execute there, right? They put together a tried, true, and tested draft, and they executed on it phenomenally well. And that's very concerning because, as you say, there was minimal to nil surprises there. And I feel like that's something GAM should have been practiced into, should have been able to answer. And it just felt like once Florin hit that sort of mid-game point, he broke out a lane, GAM had nothing for him.
Exactly. And I think going into the series, we said that both teams had to have a plan to deal with the top laner. They were our head-to-head for a reason. And I think DCG did have a plan. It was pick Rumble. Kiaya's kind of forced onto Cassante. Ambessa's not really much of a pick right now. That was his previous big pick into Rumble. But he's forced on to Cassante. And then you're like, okay, whatever. Like, he might have a good Cassante game. He might not. But it's still just Cassante. And then Drakthar didn't seem to have an answer to Florin. It seemed like GAM was just like, okay, Kiaya, good luck. And it's like, you can't do that. You can't just island the top lane when it's Florin on an aggressive pick. You cannot get away with it. The bans are coming in, and I'm getting flashbacks.
Yeah, Nocturne, Lee Sin, Varus, and J4 banned away again. I have to believe that Relove DCG, they know what we know, that you do not give Drakthar J4, right? So I imagine that is going to be a ban that we see until this series is over. They're not going to let Drakthar have that sort of comfort pick that he has become so used to, so comfortable on. as Bard also banned away, which again, that was banned away last game. Do you have something to say on that one, Carrix? It sounded like you're like, ooh.
Well, it was banned in the second phase last time. So it is a change up because now Orianna or Ezreal or the Cassiopeia is going to be open. Cassiopeia is the ban. So DCG get first bite at the apple. Do they want to give Feng Ezreal? I think Ezreal would be my first pick here. I don't want to let Artemis play Ezreal. He is terrifying on that champion. I'd be more comfortable going into Glory's Orianna, but DCG may have a different read here. They even might want to consider a top lane pick because Florin was so good in game one. Giving him a good matchup again does make sense, but they go the Ezreal. Okay, I think that makes sense. That would be what I do.
Yeah, they've definitely read the playbook of Carrix and went, yep, we're going to do exactly what Carrix said.
Decision. Don't do that.
Rip away that.
Kindred.
Don't read too much of it. Yeah. But hey, this time it was right. This time it matched up with exactly the game plan that Refrain and DCG have put together. They've taken that Ezreal away from Artemis, which will force him onto something, you know, more like Sivir, which we do see him on. But, oh, I like these first two pickups here, Carrix. Orianna for Glory and Nefiri for Drakthar.
Yeah, perfect 1-2 in my opinion, with the Jarvan and the Lee Sin both gone. And of course, the Xin Zhao Vi from the Fearless. Nefiri is an incredibly high-level jungler, is really good at carrying the ball. You just ult in, the Orianna follows you with the easy shockwave. They've got to be pretty happy with those first two, but at the same time, had to be pretty expected for DCG. I think Wukong would be good. You dive in, Wukong just presses R, makes Nefiri's life kind of hard because of how long the Cyclone lasts. You can't just immune all of it. And Ezreal Karma is coming in. Have fun, GAM. That is not a fun bot lane.
Yeah, that's a bot lane that will be playing weak side. That's a bot lane that will need some help if they want to get ahead. The best that they can hope for is to stay even here, but they've pivoted off of Karma.
I think this is forced. I actually think, I hadn't thought of it, but if I thought a little bit, I think I would have. This is kind of forced because it would have been banned down otherwise. You lose access to Karma. GAM could pick it for themselves. I don't think they necessarily need to. I'd rather see them just secure a top laner. Sion makes sense. Ki had a really fantastic Sion game yesterday. Does mean that Florin will be on the front foot in the matchup, but I think, yeah, ban out Gwen, then you either ban out Nah or pick it yourself on 4. You're either banning Nah or Karma and picking the other one, I think. Depending on what DCG.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and it will remain to be seen what they go for here, and it looks to be the Nautilus again. They banned Nautilus in that second round of bans in game 1, and they're banning it again here in game 2. They do not want to let Taki get his hands on that Terror of the Depth, so I like the game plan. I like the bans that they've put together, and you were talking about Wukong a little bit earlier. He so far actually has a 0% win rate in the knockout stages. So will DCG be the ones to break the curse of the Wukong, or will GAM ensure that Wukong remains winless throughout here? But banning Shen away and Caitlyn, so no Karma banned here either. All right, so they're going to go for the picks.
Yeah, I think this is interesting because they've also left the Gnar open. Gnar scares me because Florin will take that into the tank matchup pretty happily. This Draven's not real. I'm not believing this. Lucian, yeah, I mean, Lucian makes a lot of sense. We saw yesterday Artemis and Taki punished an Ezreal lane with Lucian Milio. This also does put some pressure on DCG. Like maybe they have to pick up the Milio. No, they just go the Karma. I think that does make a lot of sense. They'll have a strong bot lane, but GAM should be able to take it to them. And Bessa the Hover. This champion has been nerfed a fair bit. I don't know if this is the best pick. Gnar is a little bit rough because Florin has to play it perfectly or it will be one man in pop 9. Zehen also makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, he's going to go for the Gnar. I've been calling it the whole draft. It's a good pick, but it does require that Florin manages his rage picture perfect.
I frankly would have preferred the Zehen pick there. We saw it last night and it did play well. Admittedly, Kiaya did get the better of them in that game, but I believe in the hands of Florin, it could have done wonders with this composition, with this draft here as well. Sort of a perma bruiser tank side there. You've got Wukong, fairly tanky too. So they've assembled their front line, but yeah, like you say, we need this Na to be the mega Na when the team fights break out. So Florin does have to manage that. He hasn't not managed it very, very well. So I am confident in him. I believe in him as the GAM round out their draft with that Milio as well. It's quite interesting to see. Typically everyone's like, oh, Lucian Nami, but really it's Lucian Milio. That's like the kind of go bot lane duo because, you know, those cozy campfires, the knockback that Milio can do as well. I just think he's a little bit better for Lucian, at least in this day and age here, Carrick. So Artemis on comfort equals good results.
Oh my God. They are looking like that at the moment. DCG are looking unstoppable recently. But just to keep going on the Milio point, I think the big thing is that Lucian has one flaw. The champion has had it since the day he was released, is he's very short range. Lucian has some of the highest damage output in the game when he scales, when he has his items, but he can't hit you from very far away, and that limits him. Milio gives you range. That's all that needs to be said.
Milio helps you overcome those shortcomings as we do get a quick look at the runes there. Grasp of the Undying for Kiaya, as you would expect. Electrocute for Hongshu in that mid there for a little extra trading power. Exhaust out of Feng on the Ezreal to slow that Lucian down. And these skins, oh, it is the Glizzy Dog for Drakthar. That is a crowd favorite, Carrots.
It's the best one. It's one of the best skins they've ever made.
Yeah.
Even though I still don't
one of those,
fully know what a... we're both Australian. Why do they say Glizzy? I don't know what
right?
Glizzy
like, isn't it just
I know it's a hot dog.
Oh.
Exactly. As the exhaust is coming out, summoner spells being traded. This is just jostling for level 2. But yeah, it's a hot dog. I don't know what a Glizzy is. Chat, hell.
And you know what? Frankly, I don't want to know. I'm going to stick with my knowledge of hot dog. As the poke from Fang doing some work there, Taki does have the sort of lower health bar. Interestingly, though, summoner advantage to GAM. Artemis held onto his barrier. They both have their flashes, whereas DCG, they've burnt that exhaust. They've burnt their heals, so they are one summoners down as GAM desperately trying to find that level 2 to be able to trade. And for those that don't know, right, the level 2 power spike is the single biggest power spike in League of Legends you can have, right? Because you have 2 abilities to your opponent's 1. It means you can do so much more, and that is one of the key power spikes. That is one of the times where you really need to press home your advantage, like Glory is to Hongsu here in the mid lane, which is expected. It's that ranged matched up into melee that we talk about so often here, Carricks, and it's great to see Glory leveraging it and leveraging it well.
Now, Logan, it's the second biggest power spike in the game, only rivaled by the Yasuo when he hits his 10th death. Can't forget the 0-10 power spike. No, but you are completely correct, of course. And Glory, yeah, this is the thing about the Orianna-Akali matchup, is Akali is considered an Orianna counter because you can kind of just murder her at level 6. Orianna doesn't really have much counterplay, but the first 5 levels aren't much fun. You do get bullied just kind of whipping the ball everywhere. That said, though, Hongshu is still able to farm, covered by Pop 9 at the moment. Glory should be forced back here. Ooh, there's a fight in the bot lane as they find a lot of damage onto Feng. The move forward from Artemis, not quite binding it. Xiaoxi has that empowered Q as well to force the Lucian to back off.
Yeah, that Mantra Q does a lot of damage. Pop 9 in the area. Ooh.
He is in the area. Good block. Taki reads it well. They're not going to go under the tower.
Oh, Taki. Oh,
cheeky.
That's so cheeky.
So cheeky.
I love it, Carricks. Yeah, it's beautiful. And like that's the sign of a I don't know, fantastic support, right? Like they knew they were there, they knew they were recalling, they've got the read because they're a pro player just like Pop9, and all they did was disrupt the back. They slowed the tempo. It delays Pop9 by another 10 seconds, recalling and getting back out into those jungle camps. And what that does is it lets Drakthar stay out on the map, get those camps, and invade a little bit earlier, taking 1 or 2 camps. And sometimes that's, oh God.
Glory might die here. Does get tagged by the E. Hongshu now is running, is out of energy, so Glory's going to try and aggressively trade onto him, but needs to be super careful. If he gets hit by another E, he's just going to die. Drakthar here to back the mid laner up because they need to push this wave in. That's why Glory's being so risky, is this wave has to hit the tower. Drakthar makes it happen though, so bailing his mid laner out. Shousey will take a bit of a trade here. That Lucian passive doing its job.
God, Artemis just looks so good on Lucian. He is dodging so many skill shots that Feng and Shousey are throwing his way. Like, it's a thing of beauty, and he absolutely ripped up last night with it as well. I mean, we're 5 minutes in. There's nary a gold difference to be seen. The first Drake is up, and it's just so awesome watching these mid laners trade, these bot laners trade, because of the skill on display, right? It's like dodging skill shots left and right, and I just wish we could get 5 games of this, right? Like, please, League gods, if you hear me now, give us 5 games of excellent, high-quality League of Legends like we're getting right now, Carrix. Like, that would be my hope.
We always hope for 5 games here because we can never get enough of these teams. I can never get enough of the LCP. Let's play best of 9s. Drakthar spotting out Hongshu, won't be able to clear that ward as if we go back to, you know, the days of other esports where they used to play best of 15s and the like. But it will be DCG getting the best of this first dragon. GAM just not in position to contest this one.
Yeah, exactly. We love DCG. They get the priority in the lanes that they need to. They get to the Drake first, so they will take this. Taki spots it out, but he's not really going to be able to do anything. He's just having a wiggle. He's like, yeah, g'day, mates. How's it going? But best of 9s. Can you imagine Fearless Draft to Game 9? Right? Like, that's 45 champs in every single lane gone. Like, yeah, I don't even know what we would play.
Look, I think we'd be pulling out some interesting picks. Teemo God pick in Game 9.
Because like,
a fun one.
There's what, like about 163 champions in League of Legends, I think it is.
About
something
that.
like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, about the mid 100s. And if you think about it, right, 45 banned away in every single lane, right? 45 times 5, that's, what is it, 180? It's 225. That's more champs than there are in the game as Feng.
Yep. As Artemis is in a bit of trouble, has to get back. The True Shot Barrage lands onto 1. The flash from Taki keeps him safe. GAM's bot lane being punished there. They'll lose some tower plates. Artemis has to play it safe under the tower as well. Taking another Q from the Ezreal. Just needs to clear out this wave. Now, on the champion thing, bit of trivia for you, Logan. Do you know the only champion that hasn't been played at an international event?
The only champion?
There's only one.
No, okay. My immediate first thought was Yuumi, but I know that's not true because of Zeri Yuumi, right? Like, that's a fantastic dynamic.
Garen Yuumi was the start of that.
Yeah. Well, we've seen Garen at internationals as well. I don't know. Enlighten us. What champion has not been played?
Master Yi, despite being an early champ, he's never seen played at international. He's been meta once when it was AP Yi, but it got nerfed before international tournaments.
No, that's Yi. He's like OP in the jungle.
It's crazy, right? As Drakthar is going to try and steal away a grub, will successfully do it as he forces the back off from DCG. 2 grubs to 1 as Artemis. He's found Feng. He's just going to chunk him out here. The culling is available, so Feng has to spend the flash there.
Yeah, I do like seeing Lucian, Artemis, Lucian, the duo, if you will, the player and the champion, because they just work so well together. Yes, Artemis is down 20 CS on Feng, though. Like, that must be acknowledged. Feng is playing... Oh, this bot lane.
Warren is trying to get it going, but we have to go back to the top as first blood has been secured by Artemis. It's traded back onto Drakthar. A great fire kick there to try and buy some space. Hongshu diving forward. The second half of the Akali ult will get the job done as DCG find 3.
Hongsu cleans up 3-1 to DCG, find themselves at a 1.5k gold lead. This Akali picking up 2. Bad news for GAM, getting an accelerated Akali. Ooh, I mean, I would have liked to have seen more out of GAM here as we go back to this replay, right? And it starts with Artemis, it starts with Taki. They got good vision. Drakthar fleeing from Pop 9, right? So Artemis is able to take advantage of Feng being split up, but it leaves them in a 3v2 situation, which is very scary to be in. Hongsu, great E, is able to get the ult off as well and just executes both of them essentially solo under that tower. They had no cooldowns left. Clean from Hongsu.
Extremely clean as another trade here from Xiaoxi, just asserting himself on the Karma. That W tether is so difficult to play around. You just have to run away. As Hongsu now has returned to the mid lane, has cashed in that gold, has the Hextech alternate. It does get Shockwave, but that's mostly going to be a wave clear ult, as Glory is just trying to get a better bit of wave positioning.
Yeah, trying to get that CS experience, that gold. He is up nearly 20 CS over Hongsu right now. The next Drake of the game up in 30, and GAM, they pulled the trigger on this bot lane.
They're going to go in. They find the way in onto Feng. Great stuff here. Xiaoxi on the run. Flashes away. They're going to go under the tower, though. Should be easy enough. Glory tanks it up perfectly there. GAM firing back and find 2 of their own.
Clean as you please. Immediately come back. They cut that gold lead back to nothing. All of that work DCG did on the top side, GAM just undid, and Kiaya left alone in that top side, able to crack into that top tier 1 turret as we get this replay here. And Xiaoxi and Feng, they're pushed up so deep because they're like, oh, it's just a 2v2. Drakthar runs in, it's on vision, but the TP from behind onto that control ward, nothing DCG could do about that one as Drakthar goes in and Glory able to finish off that. And as you say, Glory tanking that turret beautifully, allowing the rest of GAM to go in, and we see this gold chart. And GAM, they're able to get these gold leads, but DCG just keeps them in check. And this is how they get these jungle objectives. They're proving that they're prioritizing these a bit more, and GAM is basically letting them go over. The second one secured for DCG, Rift Herald in 3 minutes, and Vision Control, you were talking about it before this game. I dare say it's a bit lackluster from GAM right now. We see a lot more wards from DCG than we do GAM, though they do have a couple of deeper wards, and that's one of the ones that they were able to TP in on and get that really good flank angle and turn that bot side fight around.
Engage here, Glory. There's nothing that can be done. The Wukong is here now. Drakthar, he's arrived to try and help his mid laner and been punished for it.
That was so clean. That was remarkably clean. Pop 9 went in Viz to be able to close the gap, close that distance onto Glory, forced Glory into the clutches of Hongsu. There was nothing Glory could do. I do see flashes there. I don't know if that was up at the time that fight broke out. And thank you, observers, for pointing out that deep control ward that is still available. And we go to the replay. Glory had flash the whole time.
Yeah, he does.
And we see Pop 9.
But where do you flash, right? He's tagged with the E. They don't act, like, the thing is he can flash, but Hongsu didn't consume the mark. Which is just a good play from him. He lost some damage, but just basically said there's no escape. I don't mind that from Glory. I do mind Drakthar thinking he had any business stepping up.
Yeah, because it was still that second Cyclone that Pop9 could do on that Wukong. And as you called also in the draft that, the Cyclones go for so long and there's, 2 charges of it that it's actually really hard to invuln that as Drakthar on the Nefiri. So he really should have backed away rather than kind of gone in. And it's these unfortunate, I want to say, calls that Draktar's kind of making in a couple of games that are just really kind of snowballing advantage over to DCG, because we were just talking about how GAM had cut the gold lead down. It was 0 gold, and suddenly Relove DCG, they've completed every lane role quest. They're back at 2,000 gold advantage, and right now their vision control is just better than GAM's as well. They've got some great wards in GAM's topside jungle. This bot side, though, playing out is exactly as expected. The only gold advantage is over to Kiaya, and it's nothing really to write home about here, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty desperate situation for GAM's Glory. This is the point where Orianna can't step up. You just cannot exist in a side lane against Akali. We'll just be constantly threatening death. If the ult is available, the E is guaranteed. There's no counterplay whatsoever. Glory, ding, ding, ding. Time for your scheduled death. As thankfully, Drakthar does get there in time to DCG think better of it. But basically, whenever they want to kill Glory, they can.
Yeah, it's not a fun state of affairs. Does have TP, does have flash, so he's able to maybe make a play or two, but when you bring 3 members against 1, even that will not save you, as bot side trading quite heavily.
Kiaya in trouble, has to ult away. Very worried about Florin.
Florin definitely looking in fantastic form here tonight, Carrix. He had a great game 1 on that Rumble. He's having a good game 1. Admittedly, it's just been sort of solo laning against Kiaya right now, but Kiaya is unable to leave his lane because Florin is pressuring him so heavily. So, he can't contribute to these team fights, and I dare say, in the 4v4, DCG are pretty happy with what they're doing. They're ahead in the jungle, they're ahead on their AD in terms of CS, and they're just ahead on gold everywhere. Ooh.
Doesn't quite get him, the ultimate is burned. Glory does manage to survive that little affray with Hongshu, but still not having much fun, cannot leave the safety of his tower.
No, absolutely not. Even with that Rod of Ages making him a little bit tankier, it's not enough to keep him alive in the face of the damage of this one item Akali. We see 3 Trinity Forces on the side of Relove DCG. That Ezreal, that Wukong, that Gnar, all valuing that. That is the first item locked away here. I love to see this character. It's not often you'll actually get to see the same item bought so many times on the one team as the 3rd Drake of the game, spawning GAM here. DCG looking to respond.
Yeah, it looks like GAM does have the positioning at the moment. DCG, I think, are just going to trade it for opening up this mid lane tower. I like the decision from them. Because Kiaya, he's going to try and catch the wave, but the Rift Herald will certainly do the job. Dragon has gone down. Is GAM going to try and find a fight? They are. That's a good start, but it's a fantastic interrupt on Drakthar's ult from this Wukong. Artemis desperately trying to slide forward, but he's been slowed. He's been taken out, and look who's here. Look who's coming to dinner. It's Hongshu. Dives in, takes down Glory. Looked like he had a vendetta against him. Kiaya will get cleaned up, and GAM are getting washed out of this one.
Yeah, GAM in all sorts of shambles there. Hongshu with that deep TP behind enemy territory. Even took a tower shot for his troubles, but you could say it was well worth it. They collapse on GAM and take the fight convincingly there. Kiaya even flash ulting forward, really well to get that fight kicked off, but he was already too low when that happened. He was tanking too much damage, and now with the team fight 1, DCG at 8k, Florin putting in some serious work on this topside T1, and GAM, they haven't even taken a single tower from Relove DCG right now. Such is their dominance, but we go to this replay, and again, I love this play, right? This is such a classic play. One team goes for the Drake, the other team drops the Rift Herald and applies pressure in the mid lane. Kiaya was already less than 50% health, so he wasn't able to stick around. But Hongsu, I'm fairly certain he TP'd on the last dying minion against that turret, which gave him the access he needed to flank GAM and take out Glory on that Orianna. So the timing of it was beautiful as well. And Fang on that Ezreal, just landing Q after Q. Unstoppable, unreachable critically there, Carrix. No one can touch him right now.
Yeah, and this is, we did see in that fight the reason I thought the Wukong was such a good pick into the Neferi. Drakthar, he's not untargetable while he's ulting. You can just stand in his path and press the Wukong ult. It interrupts him. He doesn't get onto the backline. He can't really do anything. And, I mean, it's 8,000 gold. This is a dominating performance from DCG. They are looking unstoppable to the point where, and I'm calling it a little bit early, I think Team Secret Whales needs to be a little bit worried.
I mean, Relove DCG have traditionally been the thorn in the side of Team Secret Whales. They are the ones who have pushed Team Secret Whales. They've taken a game from them here and there. Again, LCP split one grand final. It was a 3-0, but Relove DCG, they're leveling up right in front of our eyes. They're performing better and better. And again, they did beat GAM 3-1 just last weekend. So I feel like, of course, they're going to look good against a team that they beat just last weekend. So long as they stay consistent and perform. Oh, Hongsu.
Yep, he's just going to go again. Drakthar tries to save his mid laner, can't do it, is chunked out. They're going to try and get something back onto Pop 9, but Xiaoxi reinforcing means that DCG get away with the heist.
Get away with the heist, get away with the gold, the lead, nearly 10,000 at 20 minutes, Carrix. This might be one of the single highest gold leads at this point in a game. And Relove DCG, they're not letting up the pressure as we get this replay. He was recalling as well. Glory suspected he might be there, but it was too little, too late. Hongsu able to just execute him. Does flash to make sure Drakthar doesn't take him out, but as you say, Pop 9 gets involved, forces Drakthar back, and it's just DCG backing up their team, right? You commit to the play, you know that another member of DCG is ready in the wings, waiting to have you covered. Here, Hongsu, a deep operative, almost caught out by GAM, 3 members collapsing, and he's still going for the deep flank. Hongsu is still there in their jungle. GAM have to be really careful right here, Carrix, as DCG, they're clearing out GAM vision. I feel like they want to force them into the Baron, force them to make a mistake here, because it's 30 seconds till they have no vision.
They're going to try and get in onto Fang. It's a decent start to the fight. They land a lot of damage. Xiaoxi will go down. They're bearing onto Fang. The reset from Drakthar does get another kill down, but look who's here. Hongsu carving his way through the team, turning what was a good start for GAM into a disaster, and interrupt on Kiaya as well. It was a clever play, but they're just too far down. Hongsu gets himself a triple kill, and DCG are 10,000 gold ahead.
This is the play that GAM wanted. They thought they caught Fang. Yes, they exploded Xiaoxi early because Xiaoxi body blocked Kiaya's ultimate. Fang able to get some distance. Drakthar able to close that down, but Hongsu 8-0-1 right now. That's a 2.5 item Akali with a needlessly large rod in the pocket. And we see it here again. Fang stepping forward, and I dare say, not even too far forward, but GAM just had a great angle. They blow up Xiaoxi, but that's okay. That's what DCG wanted. He stepped in front of Kiaya's ult to prevent him from getting to Fang. And Hongsu from downtown just takes out the Milio, takes out GAM, and we come back to live and he's killed he's killed Taki again, Carrix.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a slow death here for GAM. I really don't know if there's any way back into this game. It is just Hongshu is running the Rift. No one can really do anything about him. This is two members of GAM. They spot him and both of them just have to bail because he is unstoppable. He's almost got that Rabadon's death cap. That's how far ahead he is. DCG, they'll start the Baron. This one will be uncontested as they look to lock themselves into match point.
That's it. Free Baron over to Relove DCG. Nearly an 11,000. Oh no, Kiaya.
Kiaya has been caught out. He was just trying to find a wave. He knows the way the game is going. He has been caught out. Can GAM get themselves a tower on the bot side? No, they can't even get that. This is a stranglehold from DCG.
Yeah, they have gone over that 11,000 gold lead. It's another 3 minutes till Seoul for DCG, but they've got that Baron buff for another 2 minutes. If they do this well, if they push for 2.5 minutes, they siege up, they could then just turn straight onto the Drake, pick themselves up that Soul and start sieging again here. And Florin on that top side, he's demanding responses from GAM. He's trying to drag as many members of GAM as he possibly can to the top side to let the bot and mid of DCG apply that pressure to push in, because right now they're vying for priority, right? They're killing these waves, they're clearing them out. And you look at the CS, right? Even though Hongshu's down 40 CS on Glory, he's up 6 kills on Glory, which is why he has a 2.5k gold lead. Pop9, 3.5k individual. He's been involved in 8 out of the 14 kills. That's nearly about a 60% kill participation. And that's what you want of your jungler, right? You want them involved in these fights. You want them turning the tides in your favor, as Florin is free hitting the top side right now.
Oh, there's Hongshu caught out for just a moment, but it doesn't matter. He dives back in, finds the damage. GAM do manage to survive the first affray, but they're losing the towers. The base is crumbling, and I don't think DCG want to play around anymore. They've got places to be, Logan, and that is in game 3 with a 2-0 advantage. The 2 inhibs have fallen. They can collapse to pressure the third, or we can just go for a reset, make sure all of our ducks are in a row, play this one out clean and by the book.
Yeah, that Baron power play, 3,500 gold, 45 seconds left, but it looks like they're going to retreat and take those resets. The inhibitor turret's down, the inhibitor's down in that top, in that mid, giving them all of the access, all of that pressure across the rest of the Rift. Recalls done, items bought, Rabadon secured for Hongshu, that damage online. Glory doesn't have that finished Rabadon, so he's not going to have that extra AP damage. So Relove DCG, they are free to start up this Drake that could be their soul when it spawns in 1 minute's time. They just have to weather the storm of this Baron empowered DCG for another 5 seconds, but I don't think Relove DCG are going to let them. I think Relove DCG want to push for the end here and now, Carrix. They've got the item advantage. Why not?
3 inhibs are down. They are basically untouchable. They are so far ahead. This is going to be last attempt, but once again, Drakthar's engage is blunted by the Wukong ult. Kiaya is chopped down. It's only half of Hongshu's health bar, and that even will get healed up as Xiaoxi rotates through his cooldowns. DCG, they move forward. They have the minion waves hitting. Florin is about to go into Mega Gnar. GAM are going to get thrown back. The flash Gnar from Florin is perfect stuff. 2 more kills added to Hongshu's tally, and another game added to DCG. They are 1 game away from the finals. They are 1 game away from representing Taiwan at MSI.
Relove DCG find themselves at 2-0 after 2 games, proving that GAM have to put something together to overcome this PCS team. The lone last PCS representative of the LCP this far, this deep. We are on track for an LCP Split 1 Grand Final rematch against Team Secret Wales if they are able to keep up this performance, if they are able to keep up this pressure here, Carrickson. It was amazing. It was clean from DCG, right? They had all of the tools. They could have backed off, gotten the soul, and come back again. but they knew they had it. They said, nah, we don't need Soul. We can win right here, right now. And that is exactly what they did. We saw Florin, like you say, flash ult, delivering GAM to the rest of DCG, and they did it 6 minutes quicker this time. You can barely see GAM's gold on the graph.
Yeah, just it almost it looks like every now and then they just got like a little bit sore, so there's little red marks, but that's about it. And I mean, there was just no answer for the Akali. It was drafted third, and GAM rounded the draft out in a way that just can't deal with it. It's just, I mean, that was an absolute stomp. There's really not a lot to say. It spoke for itself.
Yeah, Hongsu on that Akali, definitely player of the game, clearly. But, I mean, shout out absolutely to Pop9 on that Wukong, like you so correctly called, was just able to blunt everything Drakthar was trying to do on that Nefiri, prevented so many of those ults. And, I mean, Artemis, he was trying. He found some great angles. He got some good kills, but it still was not enough because Relove DCG, they had the front line, they had the damage. How do you stop that Akali when it's basically a one-shot, right? You can't dodge it when the E lands, you can't escape with the ultimate, and this play was inspired. This was a brilliant play from GAM, but that's about as good as it got for this one, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. And I do have to question some of the decision-making even as early as draft. As much as we talked about Lucian Milio being a really strong duo, you see the Akali picked on 3. I think you had to do something. You had to pivot to try and actually answer it. I mean, Alistair, he exists. Akali doesn't like dealing with Alistair. She tries to dance around the fight, and you just slam the ground. Maybe game 3 is when GAM can show us a little bit more, when they can just try and get into this series, but they've got a long hill to climb, Logan.
Yeah, it would have to be a complete reverse sweep. We would have to go to, silver scrapes there to get to that 5th game. And I mean, it looks like predictions are in shambles here right now. And I mean, Pike said 3-2 DCG. DCG said, nah, we're going 3-0 right now. And our prediction for 3-2 GAM, GAM need to win the next
alive.
3. They need to, yeah, it's barely, it's hanging on by a thread. But they need to win the next 3, right? Because like we've said before, MSI is on the line. LCP Split 2 Grand Final is on the line. The winner tonight secures their our second spot in MSI. So everything rides on this. You want that international experience, you have to win here. You have to win now, and that matters a lot. GAM has international aspirations, as is every other team, and that's why they had the draft that they did in Split 1, and now they've changed it here so late in Split 2. I imagine it's because they believe it gives them the best angle, but right now, in the face of this DCG, it's just not proving that.
100%, and DCG are proving themselves as worthy representatives of the LCP, coming from the 5th seed at the start of playoffs to looking like clearly a contender. If they can close this out 3-0, I think Team Secret Wales has to be shaking in their boots.
You are so right. Team Secret Wales would be watching this one. They cannot rest on their laurels. They need to pay attention to what Relove DCG is doing, because they are a force to be reckoned with, and we will reckon with them one more time right after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Yaya just running between 2 towers. The all out comes happening. Just stopwatches it. Down goes MDK, and GAM will move forward to the next week of the knockout stage.
Cá nhân mình nghĩ thì ở đội của mình hiện tại để mà có thể trở nên phiên bản giống như Chua không thì mình nghĩ có thể là có. Nếu như mà bọn mình đánh đúng thực lực và đánh đúng phong độ, cũng như là đánh một cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái và nó tự tin đó, thì mình nghĩ là team mình có thể đánh bại được các top trên của các đội ở LCP.
Just absolutely obliterated. Look at Vanguard, the double kill is good. It's all too much. DCG, they saw the target.
因为毕竟之前是以替补的身份去参赛嘛，其实以自己的实力跟先发身份进国际赛是我一直以来的梦想。
我觉得老六的历史将是我们纪录片非常丰富的一点。
就是我想对粉丝说，我们一定能展现最好的一面给你们看。
下个对手我们来了，我们状态非常好。
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Kannst dich
And we're back for Game 3 of tonight's Best of 5 semi-final between GAM and DCG. And GAM have mixed it up. They've brought in their experienced mid laner, Ares. It is good to see him back because Carrick's, they need to change something up. Backs against the wall. GAM is down 2-0 to DCG. They lose here. They are done. They are dusted. They are out of the knockout stages and out of contention for the MSI and Grand Final LCP Split 2.
Yeah, look, they've got to do something. I don't think Gloria's had the best first two games. I don't think Game 2 was his fault. I'm going to be completely honest. It was an uncontested Akali into Orianna, but maybe this does give them just a little bit of a different champion pool, a little bit more experience. But the person I really need to see more from is Drakthar. I think he's been pretty average so far today. He needs to step it up into Game 3 if GAM do want to get this reverse sweep going.
Yeah, but also Florin is just the answer to Kiaya. He's managed to keep Kiaya so quiet all of these games, and I'm waiting for Kiaya to find an angle, find a way into the fights if Florin lets him, but he's just always there to answer. They know how to handle him. They've just got responses, and it just feels like it's a struggle for GAM to get into Relove DCG at all. They were able to bodyguard Feng on that Ezreal so effectively in Game 2, and I just hope Ares is that change that makes the difference. I know DCG have played into Ares before, but it's been a little while, right? It's been, I think, a couple of weeks now, and maybe they've forgotten everything that Ares can do, and he's got a different champ pool as well, so that opens up different priorities of champ selects, different priorities of bans here for DCG. So I'm hoping to see GAM at least get one back against DCG tonight, but that Cassiopeia will be banned away one more time at least, Carricks.
Bard, Cassiopeia taken away. I like this Bard ban as we're going deeper into Fearless. That is a champion Taki has defaulted to so many times. Varus as well, he will not be seeing the Rift unless we go very deep in this series, as the ban is fairly obvious. GAM, they're not changing it up. This is still just tier list banning. What do they have in store for us?
I mean, it's tier list banning for a reason, and I still think they're good bans, because if Relove DCG are able to get them, then they're just going to be able to run the game, right? You get that Lee Sin, you get that early game aggression, you snowball that lead, and it's hard to come back from that. And I truly believe that Relove DCG is the team that would be able to get that lead and run with it, right? We saw MBK try and do it last night, and they were less than successful, which is why GAM is here. But it's a good ban, and I think that J4, again, is another good ban, because Drakthar just is so good at it. You just can't let him have it. And there is that Nocturne maintaining, so far, that 100% ban rate in the LCP. They just do not want to let that paranoia hit the Rift, and they do not want to let Drakthar have that as an option to be able to shut down the plans of Relove DCG, because Pantheon picked up. I like it, the global.
Yeah, one of the big junglers left after all of the bans and all of the Fearless. I like this, get him a priority matchup. This probably pushes Drakthar to maybe he'll go to his Aatrox. I'd actually like to see him go to Trundle, depending on how the next few picks go in. They don't have to lock a jungler right now. I think you try and prio a mid laner. I'm not sure who. I mean, I think Victor is really strong at the moment as the Trundle.
Do you have a crystal ball or something there with you, mate? You just absolutely sniped that one.
It was one of the two, I think. It was that or the Aatrox, and I'm glad to see he didn't go the Aatrox. I've been pretty disappointed with Drakthar's Aatrox just in general. So this does make a lot of sense. Jace is also a champion that could come in here. Kiaya really does love that pick. But of course, it loses its flex potential with the Trundle already shown. But they're just going to go and just get themselves a Jhin.
Yeah, picking up that Jhin. We've seen Jhin almost every single weekend here in the knockout stages, able to deliver a lot of really long range damage with that curtain call, especially when he's got heavy front lines in front of him, so I imagine that Trundle's not going to be the only bruiser minimum that we do see for GAM. However, that Jace that you did call out picked up by Relove DCG, so Florin is going to use the Jace against Kiaya as Hongsu picks up the Annie, which we also saw used last night to great effect. It's almost like we're back in last night's best of 5 series, Carrix. I'm having flashbacks.
Well, I'm having some sort of flashbacks, but not the nice kind, to games I've played where, because DCG has just picked up a draft that's just, they point at someone and they explode. It is the Dr. Manhattan Rorschach thing where just boom, instantly gone, with a Pantheon coming in with Jace damage, Annie layered on top. That is an absurd amount of damage. Yorick answering it though. Yorick does have a good matchup into Jace. Is able to just tag him with the E. Jace doesn't like dealing with Yorick's kids. So Kiaya could have a chance in this one, but I'm worried about team fights where people are just going to get deleted.
Yeah, I mean, the sustain coming out of Yorick does mean that he can survive the fights, but if DCG prioritize their targets well, and this is DCG, we know they will, they can wipe even the tankiest members of a team off the face of the rift and then turn themselves onto the sort of much squishier backlines of what is left, the remnants, if you will, of the smoking husk of the team that was, as we are seeing those second round bans come through, that Corky and Nautilus. Just one more time, Nautilus will be banned away. Twisted Fate, though, taken away by Relove DCG, and it'll be interesting to see what they go with here, as their bot side has not been exposed yet. Relove DCG hasn't shown what they're going to go with here. Varus is banned. Corky is also banned. Poppy. Okay.
Poppy ban is really smart. Poppy is really great against both Pantheon and Jace. Both of them have like pretty critical sort of one dashes. Taki, I think I want to see him pick up an engage support or Pike. Pike is not really an engage support, but he has a hook. I think could get a fair bit done. RS going towards the Ari. Risky stuff. Can get really punished by Annie. Like, it doesn't matter how many dashes you have when Tibbers hits your head.
Yeah, or that stun, you know, you just point, click, stun, and you can dash and dash and dash, but that stun will connect with you, whether you like it or not. So it's an interesting choice, but I mean, they've got to do something, right? They have to make these picks. They have to make these plays, because if GAM doesn't win here, it's good night, sweet prince. They're gone. But Relove DCG, they have picked up the Rel. Now, Misfortune is Fearless Band away, which is the sort of classic pairing that you give with Rel, but it is a great engaged support, and Shao C in the regular season of LCP was an absolute menace with this Rel. So I am glad to see him back on it, and I'm looking forward to see what he can do for his team here. As we've been Kaiser locked in for Feng. I like this pick. That is a lot of damage, Carrix.
This is more point, click, delete. If you get hit by an Annie stun, if you get hit by that Pantheon jump, it is Kaiser diving in with you. It's Jace raining damage over the top. There's that Alistair. I think it's a necessary pick. You have to stop Rel engages. You have to disrupt Kaiser. But any mistake from GAM just gets punished.
I mean, sometimes all it takes is one mistake, right? And if you are able to punish those mistakes, you win the game. And I just don't think Relove DCG is one of those teams that you are allowed to make mistakes in the face of. The only team that has gotten away with it so far this split is Team Secret Wales. And I'm sorry, GAM, but you're not Team Secret Wales. You cannot make these mistakes. Alistair, a fantastic pickup. GAM, they've got themselves a very tanky, I want to say, composition there. They've got the Trundle, the Yorick, and the Alistair, so they can take a beating. But because they've got so much tankiness, they kind of sacrifice a little bit of damage there, Carrix. What do you think about that into, dare I say, the hyper damage team of DCG?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I just think if GAM makes 0 mistakes, this team comp is really good. Big if. Big if.
Well, like we've seen, right? Obviously, GAM, they're down 0-2 to DCG, right? DCG, they've won the first 2 games. You don't lose games if you don't make mistakes, right? So I feel like GAM have got an uphill battle against them already because they are so down, but they've definitely put together, in my opinion, a solid draft. It's definitely not one that I look at and go, oh, that's a pushover. As we get the cowbell on the classic. I love this so much, Carrix.
It's the best. It's the best Alistair skin. If you use another Alistair skin, you are just wrong because you've got to be able to ding the bell. As they will be giving up Bush Prio as DCG will get into that second brush. Not the biggest deal in the world as you typically don't want to do anything level 1 in an Alistair lane. Alistair might have the worst level 1 in the game. It's certainly up there. But level 2, he starts turning on.
Yeah, as we do see these mid laners starting to trade. Hongsu getting that electrocute proc, which is very, very nice. And Xiaoxi, he's being a menace on this rel like he was in the regular split. And he's maintaining that form here in these knockout stages in this finals week. And then the junglers, they've both started in the top side again. I'm pretty sure all 3 games, both junglers have started exactly the same way. And the wards that have gone down to try and spot those junglers have been in the same places. So there's definitely some consistency that can be exploited by each of these teams if you know that information, as Artemis and Taki catch up on that level 2 play there. But I'm looking for that level 6 moment out of Hongsu, right? I'm looking for the flash stun Tibbers combo to just wipe Ares off the face of the rift, but he could also be helped by Pop 9, right? Because they've got, like you've said, 2 extremely point and click stuns that's going to be really hard for GAM to answer here, Carrix. They're going to have to play very carefully.
On the same token, I do want to see Drakthar visiting that mid lane early as well. Not necessarily to get a kill, but if you put a pillar behind Annie, Annie doesn't have any mobility. It can just immediately force a flash. If Annie doesn't have flash, Tibbers is a lot less threatening. She has to get quite close to drop it on your head. Constantly just keeping the flash on cooldown as hello, Xiaoxi does get interrupted. Great stuff there by Taki. They turn it around, get some damage back onto Fang.
Yeah, I do like this. The last time I saw a rel, it was into a Nautilus, and they have that, as you said, that really interesting interaction where rel can buffer the Nautilus hook, and so it doesn't actually pull her in. And so this time we're seeing the sort of rel Alistair interaction too, and the stun is buffered by Xiaoxi nicely as Taki just vies for that vision control in that. There it is. You got to respect it.
Classic stuff there, the old Afromood strat from back in the day. We have a glance at the top lane. It is, oh, never mind. We'll have to come back to it as Pop 9 thinks about it in mid lane, but this is just pressuring RS, just making him uncomfortable in the lane. Kiaya does get the baby box up, trying to play around Florin. Gets knocked away, but Florin, no mana, no help. He'll be heading back to base.
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe that is that one called the Morning Mist, that sort of cage that Yorick is able to put down, because that does such a good job
procession,
of keeping. Oh, the Dark Procession. You're so right. The Dark Procession.
Morning Mist is the egg.
Yeah, locks them in place and prevents them from escaping, so you're able to kind of free hit them. But that's the benefit of Jace, right? He's so versatile that he can attack you from range and he can attack you in melee. He just switches those forms, has that knockback, a little extra AoE damage as well. So he's no slouch even when he's stuck exactly where you want him with that Dark Procession. So I do like this pick. And we need to remember as well, Kiaya did pick Yorick into the Jace. The Jace was the known quantity before Yorick was picked up. And this one, though, so far, it's a much quieter game.
That it is. And the Yorick, it sort of doesn't it doesn't pay its dividends this early on. Yorick is a champion that is super ult reliant, needs to be able to get the maiden out to get some really good trades in. And as the game goes on, Jace loses the ability to play the side lane against this. When the maiden's out, Yorick just hard wins the 1v1. You tag him with the E, you run him down, you put him in the cage, and you can just beat him up. Lane is not where that's going to come in, so Florin should be able to get off to a decent start. The risk, of course, is that giving Florin an easy start has punished you now 2 games in a row.
100%. Florin is just having a tear in that top side. He's absolutely helping DCG significantly. I dare say he's been performing so well that he's in contention for player of the match for DCG here, as we do see Ares return. Oh!
It's a lot of damage. The Tibbers is dropped down. But RS will be okay. He lives.
Yeah, no flash committed there from Hongshu either. RS just walks right up into range, and Hongshu does drop that Tibbers stunners. It looks like a fight is brewing here over the Scuttle Crab, Carrix.
They're going in. They go straight onto RS. They chain the CC. That will be first blood claimed by RS. Tibbers is still here. He's going to get very upset. But I don't think that's going to be enough. Now Pop9 in trouble, has to flash away, gets the blast cone. But Shalcy in the middle of the enemy team is just fed as the sacrifice. 2 kills coming in for the Ari of RS.
Yeah, good charms there from Ares as well. And I have to believe, Taki being cheeky. I have to believe that because Hongshu had no ultimate, GAM felt so confident taking that fight, right? As we do go to this replay here, Drakthar in the area, Kiaya in the area, Taki arriving, Ares there too. So DCG moved into 4 members of GAM. Taki gets a great engage onto Hongshu, which lets Ares in. Easy access, takes them out. Now here, it's 4 members of GAM against a retreating 3 from DCG. And as you said, Shalcy sacrificed because Ares lands another charm. And that's what we do here in the LCP. We fight to the death over Scuttle Crabs, and at least they're being consistent with this one, Carrix. But we do take a look at the Rift. GAM, 1k up. First Drake of the game has spawned Grubs in 30 seconds.
In comes Pantheon. RS lands the charm. Is going to force them under tower. Doesn't matter because here comes the kill. Taki just a little bit too late to lock Pop9 up. A good play. First Pantheon ult works out.
You do love to see that as well. Pantheon using those ultimates to the Grand Starfalls to really make those plays happen, right? They just got the flash out of Ares, so a little less mobile, in a little bit more danger. Ares, though, recognizing the stuns that come out of DCG's composition, has picked up those Merc treads, which is one of those unusual boots that you see on some of these mid laners. It has that tenacity, which reduces the length of those stuns. So I like this pickup. Reduces the time that Ares is stuck doing absolutely nothing. And there it is one more time. The flash stun, it was a great charm out of Ares to slow Pop9 down, but it just wasn't enough. Even Taki arriving couldn't get that last turret auto, unfortunately. However, GAM, not to be outdone, they do go for those grubs and they collect that jungle objective for themselves. The first Drake still on the Rift. This is sort of reminiscent of last night, where they were having some slower Drakes. They were having some quieter Drake games, and it looks like the same thing's happening. Ooh.
Hongshu in some trouble. There's a pillar behind him. There's a big cow bearing down. Is going to fall. Pop9 as well tries to save his mid laner, but might pay with his life as the dash forward. Not quite enough. RS can't deal the damage. Drakthar thought about it, but thought better of himself. I was going to say, the Drake, normally first Drake grubs fairly even, but GAM, I think, were pretty smart to invest in the grub side. You have a Yorick. It's a pretty big deal for him to be able to take towers that much faster. I think the big mistake that GAM might have made here is because Drakthar took that damage to the tower, I don't think you can do the Drake now. They're going to have to back off. This might give DCG an angle, but let's have a look at how this played out.
Yeah, I really like this. Ares aggressing forward, getting the cooldowns out of Hongsu, and as you said, that pillar behind from Drakthar preventing the escape. But a late Xiaoxi saves Pop9. If Xiaoxi hadn't have shown up, I imagine Pop9 would have died there. That's like 1 or 2 more autos, but instead Xiaoxi put his body on the line, blocked a lot of the damage that GAM were trying to do and saved that jungler. So really heads up play there. Even though he did come in a little bit late, it was still just in time. We take a look. GAM, 500 gold. They were up 1,000. So DCG doing a good job at sort of bringing that lead back. Drakthar is back out on the Rift, having recovered from that mid lane fight. Has picked up that Sheen, has picked up that Flage, working towards that Trinity Force. I mean, it's not going to be a 3 Trinity Force game, but I think we're going to get at least 2. 1 on the Yorick and 1 on the Trundle. But DCG, they've put priority on this Drake. It's going to be a late Drake. It's going to be an 11-minute take here. But DCG are going to get the ball rolling. They've got the numbers, and Taki just going to scope this one out.
He's just being a bit threatening. He's bluffing that he had someone behind him, but DCG, they don't care. Just take the Drake. Get that stacking rolling. If we just sort of check in, Kiaya has started to flex his muscles in the top lane as the Maiden has arrived. He's able to just constantly harass Flora and just throws the dust at him, sends in the boys to annoy him under tower. We'll slowly work that tower down as he can just bonk Florin over and over. Needs to just be careful. Doesn't want to lose the Maiden here. Might have overplayed his hand a little bit. Gets that procession up, just holds him back. Florin needs to snipe the Maiden, does it. So now Kiaya significantly weaker with Xiaoxi in the wings.
Yeah, Taki
Artemis is dead. Taki roamed too long. Artemis has been found under tower. It was a Pop9 ult down there. So good fight back here from DCG. They abused the fact that Taki just didn't want to play in bot lane.
That's it. DCG, though, they know that GAM is here. They've got wards on Drakthar. They've got wards on Taki, so they're going to have to back away from this play. They basically just got their AD killed for nothing. They roamed and unfortunately weren't able to get any plays across the Rift. As we do see this replay coming up, Artemis isn't even that far from his turret. He's under turret, but he just dies that fast that Pop9 and Feng able to take him out. Beautifully executed there. A fantastic timed ultimate and stun. Pop9 putting up that shield. The shield vault able to protect himself long enough that Feng's able to get that damage down and walk away with it. And I mean, if I was Artemis, I would have thought I was safe right there, right? Like he was essentially under tower before he even flashed.
Kiaya's getting baited. Kiaya could be getting baited here. Does he read the play? As no, there's the flash, there's the stun. The Yorick will get taken down. Drakthar arrives, but he cannot 2v1 here. Just has to back off. Lovely stuff out of Pop9. He has been absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, Pop9 definitely making the plays. He's been involved in 100% of the kills so far. That is a kill participation worthy of flexing. As observers, they thought we might get another cheeky cowbell out of Taki here, but we take another look across the Rift. It's 6 kills in 13 minutes, right? It's a bit slower. It's about 0.45 kills per minute right now, but it feels like I know it's 500 gold difference, but it feels like Relove DCG are controlling this one, right? Because Pop9 is being the proactive jungler here. He's making those plays. He's getting his lanes ahead. You take a look at where the kills are. Florin, 1 up over Kiaya. Pop9, 1 up over Drakthar. And Feng, 1 up over Artemis. However, the hero of GAM, Ares, 3 kills up over Hongsu. That's where all of the gold is. That's where they've really got to put the pressure and bump Ares down a notch, but he's just completed his Malevolence.
Yeah, exactly. The power spike is in. GAM already looking so much better, and part of it, I think, is just that... Oh, hang on. Might have to come back to it. As Maiden summoned up. Florin will be forced right back off this tower as the ghouls are hitting him pretty hard. The tower will get bashed down as well. There's a Trundle and a Yorick hitting it, but here comes DCG. The turret will fall, but now GAM have to find their way out. One stun from Pop9 will allow Feng to jump forward. Lovely layering of the terrain there. The pillar and the circle making sure that Pop9 can't get close enough. RS gets Tibbers dropped on his face. Doesn't burn the Spirit Rush though. Good lack of panic. Xiaoxi goes in, calls Feng in with that ultimate, and Artemis does get saved at the last second. A hero arrives from Taki.
Sometimes that's all you need. GAM assemble and the heroes arrive. But I really did like that play out of Kiaya and Drakthar. As you said, the layering of that pillar and that dark procession to put up terrain so Pop9 could not close that distance as he does secure that Rift Herald. And then on the other side of the Rift, DCG aggressing onto GAM because they knew the numbers just weren't there, and GAM, they survived, which is all they needed to do. And right now, they've cracked 2 of DCG's turrets. They've got the top tier 1, they've got the bot tier 1. All that's left for them to do is crack the mid tier 1, and then the map is wide open. They'll be able to roam a bit more freely, make some more proactive plays, but you've got to be proactive in the face of Pop9, right? And he's just everywhere at the moment. He's trying to do as much heavy lifting as Chassis. Barely caught out, and Drakthar has started up that second Drake of the game as soon as it spawned. So no messing around with that one. However, the Baron up in 3.5 minutes. We're already at 16 this game. It's actually going so fast this time around. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, but the kills aren't coming. The kills are, you know, we're still waiting on those. It's been 6 kills. We're used to a fairly high kill rate as DCG do a good job overloading the top side of the map. They get Florin a little bit of gold back as he takes down the outer tower. The big gap at the moment is still just RS in mid lane. He's 1.2k ahead, but Annie just doesn't care that much. And Annie from behind is still an Annie. A flash proto belt Tibbers is still a flash proto belt Tibbers. A lovely W from Kiaya. Should be able to hold them back with Hongshu coming in. I think he has to just try and get a 1-for-1 trade. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. He is locked down. He is cooked up as Kiaya falls.
That does leave the rest of GAM to get some cross-map gold, though. However, Wave's not in any really good positions here. Pop9 responding to Drakthar and RS aggression. TP committed from DCG. They don't want to give them anything.
Yeah, Chassis has arrived with that spellbook TP, but Artemis roams in just in time. 1 kill goes over to RS. Can they find another? There is still one more dash as the Kai'Sa arrives, cleans up the Kai'Sa. This has gone so wrong here. Can Artemis find that last bullet? He can. Flashing away now. Florin is scary, but a triple kill for Feng is not what GAM wanted.
3 for 3 on that bot side, and they were just trying to pressure that bot side tier 2 turret. Relove DCG's response absolutely shuts them down. Feng on the Kai'Sa 4-1-0. We were just talking about the gold lead, and it's starting to move in the way of DCG. Fantastic magnet storm by Xiaoxi here on that rel to lock GAM under the turret, but Taki with that unyielding spirit, that unbreakable will on that rel, Alistar, he was already tanking the tower, right? He was already taking the damage he wanted to take, and he lives right until the end. He did his job spectacularly. Artemis flash for flash at the end, trying to avoid what Florin wanted to do, and I still feel like GAM came out of that one at a loss, right? The gold lead, it hasn't exploded in the favor of GAM. It's still barely in GAM's favor. And the kills, it's now 7-6, whereas before it was 3-3. DCG, small kill advantage right now. And the vision control, it's coming down. GAM TPing, they want this sort of mid bot side river. They want the vision to be able to see what DCG is doing on their bot side. They're kind of protecting Ares by making this play, whilst we do see Kiaya still up on that top lane, just bouncing those waves back.
Just moving it back and forth as we're still under 1,000 gold between these teams. It is so close, which is already a big improvement, I feel, for GAM. The first two games were not particularly close. It turns out when you put the go button on the support, the VCS team feels more comfortable. Incredible stuff, more at 11, I'm sure. But still need to find a way for GAM to really break this one out. It feels a little bit like Caster tells you water is wet as RS tries to surf in for a charm, can't quite find it. Shoutzy will take a huge amount of damage in the play. They need to navigate this one. Shoutzy has fallen, but the jump in from Feng is perfect. Pop9 is going to go down. No, never mind. He does finally fall, but he's done so much damage. Can they get this one done? RS needs to do more as Drakthar found. Drakthar got a triple in that fight, but fell, and it's DCG with the health bar advantage, with the damage advantage left on the map.
Another fight, another 3 for 3 here, Carricks. Both of these teams fighting tooth and nail. Jungler's dead. AD carries dead. Oh, who lived? Honestly, you'd have to look at the replay, which we're going to right now. GAM, they have 3 members here as Shoutzy just dodges that charm, misses his own stun before Flash Magnet Storm engaging into GAM. And it's a great Magnet Storm onto 3+ members of GAM. And then, because he goes in and gets cut down so low and is able to escape, it forces GAM to kind of overextend to shut down Shoutzy, which then exposes their flank to DCG. And they're able to sort of turn it back around. Oh, Taki on the roam, just getting some wards down. As the third Drake of the game, it's on the Rift. GAM have started it up, but DCG look to respond.
An immediate catch has come in. Shoutzy presses the Magnet Storm, but it's a little bit too late. The Tibbers is huge. Can they find more? Taki with a 3-man knockup. Hongshu gets another 3-man stun with his dying breath. Artemis peppering it in from the side. It's RS with a fantastic charm to keep Florin out of this one. And finally, GAM win a decisive fight. They'll get the Drake.
4-1, nearly an ace over to GAM, and yeah, you called it. Ares got a beautiful charm onto Florin, prevented his escape, secures that kill, and there they go. They got their second Drake of the game, they got their mid-tier 1 turret, and the gold lead is finally somewhere meaningful, 2k in the favor of GAM, and it all kicks off here off the back of that Taki engage, that charm as well. Unfortunately, Shoutzy Magnet Stormed extremely late, getting minimal value here, and GAM were able to disperse before turning back around as Florin goes deep to secure the kill on Shoutzy, walking essentially into the charm of Ares. If that charm had missed, I have to imagine it would have been a different story. Florin on the Jace, a menace, would have been able to apply that damage onto those very, very low health bars here, Carricks, as we return to the Rift. And we see DCG, they've got 2 members in mid lane here. They want to bounce this wave because the Baron, it's up. That big purple worm, the game-deciding jungle objective here. And DCG, they want it.
Feng takes half his health bar as Yorick throws his kids over there. Still has the Maiden available as well. There's a teleport coming in from behind. They want to find Feng. Pillar stops him for a moment, but it's not going to actually take him out. Shoutzy dives in, goes down to RS. In they go, onto Florin. Chunked out, has to flash away from the cage. RS, one more dash. Can he find a charm? Cannot, but they can find the damage as Artemis range shots over DCG. This is the comeback. Don't count GAM out, because they hard win a fight. They're going to head up to that worm.
This is the Ares difference. We're seeing this skill, we're seeing this experience coming through for GAM, and they're able to play around it. They're able to shut these kills down. The charm landing time after time. Because they won that fight 3-0, they're then able to convert it into a free Baron. Yes, DCG is on the Rift. They are responding, but they're just not going to get there in time. So you do love to see them win the team fight and convert the objectives here. Now, Taki, with that Hex Flash, he kind of scared DCG a little bit. They started to flee, but GAM was still able to find a way into the backlines after they took Shoutzy out. Florin flashing there because Kiaya had that Dark Procession down, preventing easy access. So because he couldn't get on to Kiaya, he was forced to escape so as not to die for nothing. But Ares had the angle, was able to Spirit Rush over the wall. Charm went wide, but the orb landed and the damage was just enough to allow Artemis with those curtain calls to finish the job. I do love what we're seeing here. This is a reinvigorated, renewed GAM right now, Carrix, and DCG, they're not out of this by a long shot. They're finding good angles, they're getting some good picks, but they are 4k down, and that Ares has a 10 stack Dark Seal with 2 needlessly large rods. That's a Rabadon's on the horizon.
It is. RS is looking fearsome. Evidently took it a little bit personally that he didn't start the first 2 games. He's trying to prove to GAM that he should have been there, because game 3, they are looking completely different. I really do think a big part of it is the fact that Taki is on the engage as, hello, another catch comes in. Another kill to Drakthar. It is traded though. DCG, they snap off Kiaya.
1 for 1, you've got to be happy with that. Ooh.
Ooh, there is another engage here. Bang, trying to find his way in, but it's a good flash from Artemis. Drakthar now has to try and take this Kai'Sa down. Artemis can't really participate in the fight. Both RS and Artemis just hiding in the Raptor pit. There's another fantastic pillar into the Jin W. They are catching them. They are cooking them. And GAM is coming back in our series.
They're definitely making the comeback. We were talking about them needing to win the next 3 games, do the reverse sweep, and they decided, we bring Ares in, we can do it. Carrix, it looks like they want to try and end this here and now. Taki, engage.
They're going to just go straight on in. They're going to end the game. If you thought GAM was out, they never, ever are. They fight back in the series. They make it 2-1, and the reverse sweep dreams are live.
2-1 to relove DCG, but GAM take this game 3, dare I say, convincingly, Carrix. It was like the first 2 games did not happen. It's proven that that substitution from Glory to Ares was that special sauce that GAM needed to take this one here. He was in form on that Ari. He was landing those charms. He was making those plays, and GAM, they were like, we need you to be the hero, and he was able to step up. Look at him, he is all smiles, and he was smiling in the draft as well. I have to believe that he knew what he was doing, and he did it. And look at those damage charts.
Yeah, that is more like it. RS came into this one, he was absolutely electric. But as much as we could talk about individual performances, and I'm sure we will, I just want to point out how much better a draft this is for GAM. They gave Taki a go button. He's on the Alistair. He can just go in, make space for his team. Drakthar looked so much more comfortable on the Trundle when he wasn't the one getting countered. When he had the Neferi, it was answered with the Wukong. He looked uncomfortable. And so the team just played perfectly together. They gave Kiaya a strong matchup. It wasn't just like, okay, we're going to pick your Sion, you just have to deal with it. It's no, here's the Yorick. It matches up well into the Jace. You can actually beat Florin in lane. And he did. He, not early lane, as we talked about in game, but when Yorick came online, he was the more impactful top laner.
And you're so right? Like, Kiaya on an actual impactful top laner when he's allowed the counter into Florin. Taki on the engage support, again, like you pointed out, actually able to make plays, engage in these fights, protect his team, getting so much value out of that unbreakable will of that Alistair, tanking turrets, tanking team fights, protecting the rest of GAM. Even Artemis on this Jin looked good. He was able to play from the backlines, from range, able to apply the damage he needed to execute these kills and win these fights. Ares on this Ari, beautiful orbs of deception, beautiful charms as well. And I mean, Drakthar, not to be outplayed by his teammates, some fantastic pillars, and that combination of Kiaya and Drakthar with their pillars in that dark procession, creating those environmental blockades that DCG just couldn't get past. It was a smart draft, but even smarter play, I want to say here, Carrix, because it felt like these champions were GAM champions. It felt like they were comfortable again, and they knew exactly what they wanted to do and how to do it.
Exactly. And if GAM can do this 2 more times, they can come back. This is not over. Evidently, it was just a little bit of a change of scenery. They just needed to put their faith in RS, and I'm glad they did. DCG, now the ball is in your court. How do we answer this one? What do we want DCG to change to lock this series up?
Yeah, I feel like we need to see some spiciness come out in these drafts now. We've been seeing some relatively normal drafting, but we haven't seen... like game 1, it was a dive comp, but it's not like it was an all-in dive comp. But now that we're so deep in these games, it's going to be hard to put that together. You know, Kaiser's gone, Vi's gone. What kind of dive can they put together? Or do they put together a Protect the President comp? Jinx is still up, Caitlyn is still up, and just get sort of some bruises and some tanks to just march down the middle in the face of your enemies. But DCG, they're more creative than that. I can't predict what they're going to put together, but whatever they do, it's going to have to be creative. It's going to have to force GAM to get really unusual with their draft to find a response as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. There are some big ADCs left. Something like Zeri, something like Siva is where I can expect Artemis to go. But we'll have to find out because this series still has life.
Yeah, as we've said before, we've got a series on our hands because it is game 3 with DCG finding themselves at 2 wins and GAM finding themselves at that 1 win. So we will go to a game 4. And as a reminder, we are in Fearless. So a lot of champs, they are banned away. A lot of champs we will not be seeing again, which means we're going to see some creative drafts. We're going to see some lesser known champions, but we will see them on the other side of this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Kiaya just running between 2 towers. The all-out comes happening. Just stopwatches it. Down goes MDK, and GAM will move forward to the next week of the knockout stage.
Theo cá nhân mình nghĩ thì ở đội của mình hiện tại để mà có thể trở nên thiên bản giống như Chu không thì mình nghĩ có thể là có. Nếu như mà bọn mình đánh đúng thực lực và đánh đúng phong độ cũng như là đánh một cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái và nó tự tin đó, thì mình nghĩ là team mình có thể đánh bại được các top trên của các đội ở LCP.
It's just absolutely obliterated. Look at Vanguard, the double kill is good. It's all too much. DCG, they saw the target.
因为毕竟之前是以替补的身份去参赛嘛，其实以自己的实力跟先发身份进国际赛是我一直以来的梦想。
我觉得老六的历史将是我们纪录片非常丰富的一点。
就是我想对粉丝说，我们一定能展现最好的一面给你们看。
下个对手我们来了，我们状态非常好。
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
ちょっとかじらせてもらうよ。
Welcome back to the LCP. Welcome back to finals week, the semi-final between GAM and Relove DCG. We find ourselves with DCG ahead on match point, 2 wins to GAM with 1. They have signs of life. They've fought their way back from no wins here, Carrix, and it seems to be the RS difference right now, that experience mattering, not crumbling under pressure, being able to find those angles and using, I dare say, a different champ pool to great effect.
Totally agree. They looked reinvigorated. I have some growing belief in the reverse sweep. Maybe our predictions are still alive, Logan. GAM just need to keep this one going. But DCG, they are a fearsome, fearsome team. They can certainly put this one straight to bed.
That's it. DCG have secured first pick, which means GAM get that red side. Now, here in the LCP, we do love the red side. GAM has won most of their games on it. So I would argue that that's a great side for them to have. It gives them priority to those Drakes as well. And they do love a good jungle objective. We did see in that game 3, they were a little bit slower to the Drakes, but once they got started, once they got the ball rolling, they kept at it and started pulling them on cool down. But with the Fearless Bands and the champ pools starting to get a little light on, we're going to be seeing some more interesting picks. You know, in the mid lane, though, we haven't seen that Aurora come through yet. Cassiopeia just keeps being banned away. Maybe there's a Lissandra angle, but I know that's a Shawnee specialty. Probably not. I would be interested to see, though, if someone decides to pick up that Mel in the mid lane there, Carrix.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mel does remain a bit of a comp counter pick. And interestingly, the Seraphine is already gone. We do see her quite often against that. I'm looking at Twisted Fate was banned last game, and Nivea as well, still available. Not something that either of these mid laners have super gravitated towards, but has been super meta this split. And of course, Cassiopeia, well, that's not getting through.
No, I really don't think they should let Cassiopeia through. She's proven herself time and time again to just be overwhelmingly powerful. I would love to see a deep pocket pick here. If you remember, D-Ray pulled out the Vex. That would be really, really fun and exciting to see. Azir has been less than successful so far, so maybe not time for that one yet, but it's all hypothetical, it's all conjecture, because we are here in the draft picks and bans for game 4 of tonight's best of 5 series, and so far, Bard, Caitlyn, Varus banned away by DCG. They are attacking the champ pool of Artemis, and I think it's a good call.
I think it's a great call. I think this does push him onto pretty much 2 champions. It's Sivir or it's a Zeri combo. But if you go Zeri, and honestly with Sivir as well, but Zeri mostly, you really want to pair an enchanter with it, and GAM just look better when Taki's on an engage support. I think this is smart by DCG. They're just going to say, you can get your Zeri, you can get your Sivir, we don't really care, because that might pigeonhole Taki out of what we think he's actually best at. First pick, I think I'm feeling a top laner. I think Florin has looked so much better when he has been able to set the tone of the matchup, but it could go a lot of ways here.
I really do like that call. Like we were saying at the end of that game 3.
Nocturne got through. Of course it's getting picked.
Yeah.
I just assumed it was banned.
Yeah, it's been banned 100% of playoffs. This is the first time we're literally seeing it in playoffs here in the knockout stage. And GAM, you know, they didn't ban it. They banned that Olaf away. So Nocturne still up. DCG able to secure that one for themselves, but also counter to that J4 for Drakthar. So both of these junglers in this game 4 getting, dare I say, the best champs that they want. This is great.
Yeah, I feel like both junglers have to be fairly happy with what's happened here. Drakthar, comfortable as all can be on the Jarvan, but of course Florin on Nocturne. The only saving grace is Orianna, not here. Can't combo the Nocturne Orianna. We'll have to figure out what we're doing with Nocturne, because Lulu is gone as well. That's sort of another combo where you throw him in, get wild growth. He's really tanky. He knocks everyone up. I like Nocturne. He's a strong champion. Clearly the ban rate says that the teams think he's strong. I don't think he's strong without something comboing with him. So they need to reveal what the combo is.
Yeah, he can't dive alone. And right now, yeah, Corki has Valkyrie, Nautilus can hook, but he's going to be limited. He's not going to be able to dive as deep as he might want to with that paranoia, with the current draft that DCG has. I'll be looking for some other tools in that toolkit to follow this Nocturne into the back lines. Even if they put Florin on like an Ornn or something so that he's able to hit that ult in that back line to assist the Nocturne dive, I think that could potentially be something. But GAM, they've gone with the Aurora. They've picked up that Sivir, as you've said, for Artemis. I like the spell shield, that survivability. We have seen Artemis pilot this Sivir to great success. He got 2 pentakills early in LCP Split 2 with this champion. So we do know he can pilot it quite effectively, but also that second round of bans, right? I love the TF ban because you see Pop9 rip the paranoia on that Nocturne, and immediately you expect that Destiny to come through for Twisted Fate to kind of follow him in to get that stun and just lock them down and almost guarantee that Nocturne kill.
I think the pick I'm looking at, it might not come out here. It's a little bit of a left field, but I think we should go Shen support for Taki. I think Shen support makes a lot of sense. It peels really well for the Sivir, and Nocturne dives in. You can just put the no auto attack zone up, make him waste his first passive auto, keep Artemis alive for a few seconds, and a few seconds is all Sivir needs. And then, of course, there's the Stand United big shield. Wherever Nocturne goes, you can Shen ult to them. It's a bit weird. You have to time it super well because you have to do it right after the paranoia ends. So there's a little bit of a counter there, but I think that's where I'm leaning support-wise, because with Braum banned out, I don't know how you're keeping a Sivir alive.
I really do like that call, because we did actually see Shen banned in game 3 as well, Carrick. So it's definitely in the back of the minds of these players, in the back of the minds of these teams and their coaches for these drafts, as Rakan locked in. Able to get that knock up, able to get that charm, does bring a level of protection, but that Shen taunt, that Shen no auto zone, that Shen ult shield, as you say, being able to follow Nocturne around, feels like it would have been that almost better matchup here, as we see DCG toying with the idea of a Sylas here, and Sylas loves to steal a Rakan ult, Carricks. I kind of do like that pickup into the comp that GAM has put together. Gives him that Cataclysm, gives him that, charm from Rakan. It's a good tool.
But there's the Sylas coming in. I've been waiting for a team to pick this up, to find enough ultimates that are good to steal. And there's enough here. There's a Sivir ult. You steal that, you speed your team in. Rakan ult on Sylas. You pop that, you pop the quickness, you go in with your Abscond Abduct, you land charms. You have a stolen Jarvan ult. It's all good. The only scary thing is there is not a lot of range in this comp. This is, we go in, we don't come out unless all of GAM is dead.
Ooh, Gwen locked in for Kiaya though. He is a monster on this pick. I do love seeing Kiaya pick up that Gwen. And I'm just wondering who's actually going to be able to sort of tank that damage. I'm wondering who's going to be able to stand up in the face of these brutal scissors that Gwen will be able to bring when she hits that kind of 2-item power spike, that AP damage, because Ambessa is more of a bruiser than a true tank, and Nautilus is an engaged support. Yeah, he can build tanky, but he doesn't have the gold economy to build those big tanky items to prevent that Gwen getting that damage onto him. So this Gwen could be the angle that GAM need later in the game to overrun DCG's composition here. I like the pickup. He just has to weather that early game storm. And like, there's TK again praying for GAM time. He's praying for that 3-2 reverse sweep and silver scrapes. You love to see the support. He's always there backing his team.
He is one of the most exciting and involved CEOs you do see in esports, and our region is very, very lucky to have him and GAM. So let's hope they can give him at least one more win tonight. Let's take it to 5 and get the most exciting losers final we possibly can.
There he is in the LCP arena. He's encouraging the torches. He's like, let's go. Let's show GAM some support. I love that. It's all about the community. It's all about the fans of the game, because without them, we wouldn't have this LCP circuit. We wouldn't have this international esports event, as we do see some of these skins coming through, the project skins, the prestige skins as well. Always nice to flex one of them. And Subterranean Nautilus characters.
The best one.
Yeah. You reckon that's the best one?
Shousy's here to win. That's all I know. If you bring the big drill.
He's here to mog on his opponents with the better skin, that's for sure. And we all know skins give that extra 1% damage buff, so he's not here to play. But we take a quick look at the junglers, and I've sat for the first time this series, this matchup, they're on opposite sides of the jungle here, Carrick. So interesting little deviation. I wonder if it'll change the game.
Well, it's. I think it's because it's the first time that top lane has been interactable early. In the first 3 games, Kiaya was either on a tank and didn't really care if he got ganked, so there was no reason for Pop9 to start up there. That's a good trade there by Taki, setting that one up. And also at the same time, it didn't make sense for Drakthar to come up. Pop9 is spotted here. Could actually come out wrong as in goes the Jarvan. The damage is there. Hongshu about to fall. Drakthar will live. They can chase down onto Pop9 as well. There's a lot of damage. Drakthar can just kite this out. Wait for another knockup. Use that Jarvan passive, and GAM start as best they could with 2 kills in the mid lane.
Double kill over to GAM, double kill over to Ares, once again proving he is the difference maker for GAM, and Pop9 was just sitting on vision. GAM knew he was there and they let him go in. They were able to respond and go 2-4-0, which is everything that you want as GAM. 2 minutes in, 2 deaths, a 1.3k gold lead already here, Carrix. As we see it again, there he is, Pop9 on the ward. And it's just expires. So Pop9 goes in, Hongshu aggressing forward, but they weren't expecting Drakthar on the J4 to be there, and Ares is just allowed to put so much damage down this early. To accelerate an Aurora like this, it's going to make that mid lane so much harder for Hongshu on that Sylas, because Ares already has the range advantage. Now he's got the poke advantage too, and CS to boot.
Yeah, exactly. This lane's already fairly hard for Sylas to play. Does have to step close to an Aurora, which is, you know, never recommended, but now has to step closer to a 2-0 Aurora, who will be going back. And what's the first buy? Is it just full lost shafting? No, goes to Hextech Alternator. Wants even more damage.
Makes sense to me. Every single one of those pokes is going to hit a little bit harder. That electrocute, just comboing. Late game Auroras can literally one-shot, so why not lean into it as much as you possibly can? I do love that sort of early rotation from Drakthar around to that mid lane. He was in the right place at the right time. Pop9, unfortunately, on that ward. They'll watch that replay and go, that was unfortunate. Ares now with the commanding gold lead there. Most of that 1.1k for GAM. The first Drake is up in 30 seconds, and there is a scuffle on that bot side for priority. Right now, neither side willing to relinquish it. However, DCG kind of getting more of it at the moment. And this top side, they're just trading, right? Florin wants to get as many of those grass procs off as he can, get that sort of permanent health advantage, and Kiaya wants to stack that Conquerors up to be able to trade a little bit harder, a little more aggressively into Florin's Ambessa and hopefully win these 1v1s. But both of these top laners, they're world-class, they're high quality, and they've got hands for days. It's going to be difficult for either of them to get on top of one another, I think.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky, of course, because it's hard for a public execution to land onto. Gwen can always just put up the W positioned well, as there is a fight in the bot lane. It's a good hook onto Artemis, forcing the flash out, but now Taki having to burn his as well. Good stuff there by Xiaoxi. This will guarantee the dragon for DCG, unless Pop9 is really frightened off by this one. He's actually going to let it reset. A full health Drakthar was too much to contend with. Though I think this fight is far from done. The bot lane from GAM still really struggle to get here. But RS, terrifying, moving forward. Taki will spot out Feng. They're doing a lot of damage. There's that Aurora ult. The big circle goes up. Hongshu is there. Drakthar misses his flag and drag. He's going to fall. Big mistake from GAM. I don't think they had any business contesting this dragon.
Yeah, despite DCG having some low health bars, they just don't have the numbers, GAM, to contest against DCG. And yeah, Drakthar just caught between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place being the Nautilus of Xiaoxi, flashing forward to ensure that that dredge line lands. And that is the death knell that sends Drakthar back to the depths. I do like that play. It was a longer play, a bit more patient. We see Ares rotate first from that mid lane. Then there are 4 members of GAM sort of collapsing, but Taki already kind of too low from that earlier trade on the bot side to be able to help. And as you say, that flag and drag, he got the flag, but he couldn't drag because that dredge line did connect, preventing him from getting over the wall to safety there. So the timing from Xiaoxi, immaculate. Hongshu able to sort of close that gap to Ares as well, because he was the one who got that kill. So a good injection of gold. I think it went to the right place. GAM, though, still a small gold advantage with those grubs up in less than a minute's time. Relove DCG here. They need to kind of keep answering the pressure that GAM is trying to put down. They keep needing to not let this game get away from them, because if I can remind you, this is match point for... Oh, Feng.
Feng is in so much trouble here. Knocked up, cooked down. Artemis gets himself a kill. Just not respecting the movements. Feng thought he was safer than he was.
What was he doing there of all places? Like, yeah, it was heavily warded in favor of DCG, but GAM just sent the numbers. They came from mid, they came from bot, they pincered him in. I'm surprised he wasn't able to get over the back of that sort of Drake pit. I just don't think he was there in time to be able to Valkyrie. He didn't have flash or barrier either, so his tools were very limited. Does have that flage for a little extra movement, but yeah, Feng, wrong place, wrong time. GAM able to capitalize and punish the AD of Relove DCG. GAM, they are extending that gold lead again. They've got it back out to 1.5, but DCG not deterred. They've started up these grubs here, Carrix, but GAM want to contest.
Yeah, it might just be a take one angle. The paranoia is used just to buy some space. They don't want to move forward while this is active. So DCG will get 2 of the grubs before they pull back. Not a bad play there by Pop9. Though he won't be super happy about burning the first paranoia quite like that. The Kiaya and Florin are having the fight. The ult already used. Xiaoxi arrives. Would have made it a little bit unfair, but Kiaya reads the play, backs off in time.
Yeah, you love to see that, the respect. The moment he saw Xiaoxi rock up, he backed away. But I do want to pay attention to the health.
Oh, no, never. Okay. He gets away. Taki did jump in on him.
I did want to pay attention to the health bars there as we go back to this replay. Xiaoxi gets a great hook onto Artemis, which is kind of buffered there. And this is where we see Feng rotating up. Okay. Oh, Feng goes for the honeydew, gets spotted on that ward. So GAM, okay, Artemis and Taki, they pop the ult, they come underneath as well. They go down from Feng and shut him off, which is what drives him back up. So it's just that cheeky little ward that snagged those honeydew droplets landing, that they knew Feng was there and were able to collapse and take him out. So I do like that. On that top side that we were talking about before we went back to that replay, I wanted to note that Kiaya's health bar, he was like sub 20% as he was going in on Florin, who was still around, I want to say 60 or 70%, right? Like Florin had a lot of health to work with, and Kiaya was stepping to him extremely confident in the damage and his own ability to dodge what Florin had to put back into him. So it's great to see this level of confidence in this 4th game here from GAM.
Yeah, Kiaya plays a lot of Ambessa. He's super familiar with the matchup, knew that the cooldowns at this level, Ambessa's got some cooldowns. As much as people talk about how she's just constantly dashing around, constantly spinning, at level 9, the cooldowns are pretty real. So Kiaya knew, okay, he's burnt everything. I can run at him, use a little bit of my passive healing to try and win out that fight. But of course, it didn't end up going anywhere. Now Florin has that first item. The Eclipse is in. So Kiaya definitely doesn't want to fight him, at least until he's got the first item as well. This is, again, a slightly slower game than the first 2. If you had said to me that a slower game meant GAM was in a better position, I don't know if I would have believed you, but the sample size of 2 is bearing that out.
You know, I would be right there with you. I'd be like, oh, slow game means GAM's ahead? No way. Are you kidding me? Like, what happened to the VCS, you know? My good old VCS. But it's right here in front of us. 11 minutes, 4 kills. That's less than, I think, 0.4 kills a minute. So it's definitely a slower more controlled game. Ares, he did have that sort of 2-kill advantage early, but hasn't been able to extend it much from there. Just a little bit of gold advantage through that CS, has secured that proto belt for that extra mobility. Now, Aurora, not the most immobile mid laner, but this proto belt is just something that is,
Here we go. The engage is in. The public execution is used as a hope and a prayer. Flora, no escape, is taken down.
Yeah, really good combination.
Paranoia comes in, jumps in straight onto Kiaya. The peel can't quite come in. The spell shield is very good against Rakan. Kiaya will go down 1-for-1 in the extended play. Shousey arriving as well. A hook must be dodged. It's a good dive away there. Drakthar, though, on this side of the map could start up the dragon in trade for that top tower.
Yeah, it does see two members of DCG still on the top side. No, they have the numbers advantage on the bot, so Artemis rotates up as well to help Drakthar secure this second Drake of the game for GAM. It's now one apiece as Ignite used in that mid lane. Hongshu backs away because Ares applied that pressure just to make sure DCG could not contest this. And here we see this top side again. Kiaya already low, less than 50%. And I have to imagine he's trying to bait Florin in as Taki comes from downtown, gets that charm, that knock up as well, and just delivers Florin to Kiaya. But then this ward, Taki goes for it, tries to clear it out, and Pop9 rips the Paranoia, and it's just not enough from Taki to save Kiaya. All the tools in the tool belt had been exhausted. Pop9 able to get that back 1-for-1 and keep that sort of gold lead even. It's only about 1,000 over to GAM. Now, the Rift Herald in a minute and a half, that second Drake of the game, again, it did go over to GAM. So they've now started their own Drake stacking here, Carrix. And first item completions, they're through for the junglers and the top laners now.
Yeah, they are all starting to hit the spikes. The Rift Maker does mean Kiaya will deal a lot of damage in extended fights. I agree, Kitten. This is an important game. We hear the meowing as Taki jumps on in. There's a Paranoia trying to hold this fight back onto Feng. They will chop him down. Finally falls. Can DCG play the back half of the fight? RS is really low. Will go down. DCG, they're winning this one out. Kiaya cannot 1v3. Oh, he can a little bit. All right. Picks up 2 on his way down. It's a 3-for-3.
Yeah, Kiaya there against the world in the end. Picks up his own double, and it's a 3-for-3, as you say. Artemis, though, left alone in that mid lane, able to net a lot of gold, get a couple of turret plates out of this mid-tier 1 of DCG. So they're just keeping that gold injection for GAM. They're just trying to stay ahead here. And Artemis able to trade aggressively into Shousey because he has that spell shield, able to negate that hook. And we go to this topside replay. Shousey just edging that vision control. GAM think it's a 3v1, and suddenly Shousey is there. Suddenly Pop9 is there as well. A great cataclysm to lock down and ensure Feng. But DCG know their target. They all in on Ares. They take him out. Taki is a byproduct of the fight, but Kiaya ignored, able to get some damage back into DCG and makes it that all-critical 3v3, and the damage tells the tale, Carrix. Still like 50% more than Embessa and Nocturne.
Yeah, exactly. Is having a pretty good time. Kiaya lurking in this rough. Hongshu obviously knows he's there. Silas versus Gwen is a very funny matchup because you just get a full screen of needles getting thrown just about everywhere. But I don't know if Kiaya wants to take this fight. It is tricky to play out. Silas just heals so much, and Kiaya does not have the anti-heal to deal with it.
Yeah, as we do see that Rift Herald started up by Relove DCG. Again, they do love their jungle objectives. They prioritize them. They've got the wards down, the vision. They know GAM is in the area, but they just don't have the presence, right? They took a little too long to come together to contest this one. So now they're just going to rotate to that mid lane. and we do take a breath, we take a look across the rift. For all the fighting we've seen, right, it did start off slowly, but now we're at 12 kills in 16 minutes, and that gold lead, it's not ballooning, right? DCG are making sure they stay even with GAM. They're punishing GAM whenever GAM go for plays. Relove DCG also being punished by GAM. It's a bit of tit for tat at the moment, but soon there will be a fight that will break this wide open. And I don't think it's going to be at this third Drake Carrix. What about you?
I don't think either team should risk it. I think whoever has just better positioning, better vision on the spawn should just get this one. But the issue that I have is that DCG's comp turns every fight, every skirmish into a fight is the way I'll say it. Nocturne, it's a one-way trip most of the time. He goes in, he turns out the lights, and he has to just fight his way out. If he's getting joined by a public execution from Florent hasn't really left the lane yet. We haven't seen this Ambassador's impact on the rest of the map. He's doing well. He's ahead of Kiaya in lane. He is 2 items, and now he's roaming down. So I think DCG, they're going to use the Herald to get priority. They should go to the Dragon, and I don't think GAM should contest. I think you just give this one up. You fight in 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is that classic play, right? You drop the Rift Herald at the timing of the Drake, you get the priority in the mid, and you're first to the Drake. It basically guarantees it for you. GAM, they do have the members in the area, but they don't have the vision. So instead, they're going to go for that cross-map play. Kiaya left alone on that top side tier 1, able to get some work done, get a little extra gold as DCG secure the 3rd Drake of the game for themselves. That is their 2nd. Their Drake stacking, it has started, but it will be a bit slower. They need to secure at least 2 more, and I have to imagine GAM is going to want to stop them as that gold lead slowly building in favor of GAM. It's around that 1.2, 1.3k, but it's nothing that can't be managed. And we take a look across the board, right? The Yuntal arrows completed for Artemis, that Trinity Force on Feng, proto belts for both of those mid laners, valuing,
Hongshu finds the abduct, does good damage onto RS. It is not gonna stick though. RS was heading back anyway, given that the wave had been cleared, but Hongshu is going to become more and more of an issue as this Silas gets more and more items. He's catching up to RS slowly. He's about 800 gold behind, which is not great, but at 20 minutes is honestly not that much. I think he'll even that up as well, because he should be able to take this tower. No, never mind. RS with the home guard should be able to get there in time. Won't quite take that one.
Yeah, that home guard is so valuable.
Yeah, because he steals the ult. He makes the Venn diagram, and now there's a Nocturne here, and RS doesn't have ult. He's just going to get blown up at the start of the fight. Does finally go down. Can GAM trade back? They'll get 1 onto the Nocturne. Now, the runaway from Florent. Good flash by Artemis over the wall there. The public execution doesn't quite find it, but this is a winning fight for DCG. Feng knows that he can keep going as well, flashing away from that abduct. 2 for 1 in the favor of DCG. They are coming back.
Yeah, that gold lead of GAM's was around 1.2. It's now down to about 300 gold. So DCG doing a good job at stabilizing, keeping themselves in contention. And it's that long drawn out fight here on this bot side. Hongshu went Ares under that turret, forces the ult out of him. And then Ares is just left to the wolves. Pop 9 had committed that ultimate. The Nautilus pops the ult, Ares flashing as well, so everything committed, but I'm impressed with how fast GAM responded. All 5 members were there. Kiaya TP'd in, tried to make something happen frontline for his team, but he's just not able to do it yet. And it was Relove DCG on the front foot. Relove DCG with the initiative, pulling that trigger that allowed Feng to get so much damage down onto the other members of GAM that drove them away. DCG at 7 kills, GAM at 8. It's 15 kills at 21 minutes. 2 Drakes over to DCG, 1 to GAM. It's still a relatively even game here, Carrix. It could still go either way.
Yeah, this is about as even as it gets, frankly. A 700 gold lead at 20 minutes is basically nothing. And there's no big gold lead in any... It's not like there's a big gold lead top and a big gold lead bot going either way. It's actually just pretty even across the board. The biggest single gold lead is 800 gold to Artemis, and that is totally fine. It's 2 items for both ADCs. There's no big runaway. It's just going to come down to execution. It's just going to come down to who can find the angles, who can play League of Legends better. And I think the thing that I'm scared of for GAM is that playing good League of Legends is really hard when Pop9 can just turn out the lights and make everything 10 times harder.
Yeah, he goes, you want to play League of Legends? Not on my watch. Now you can't see the map. You can't see your teammates. You're basically a 1v5 solo gamer right now, and that is not the situation you want to be in. As we do take a look at the pings coming down, GAM very heavily pinging this sort of mid lane area. Xiaoxi sneakily getting some great vision control down in the bot side jungle of GAM, and they just great. You know what? Shout out observers. Great work by the observers there to show that sneaky vision that DCG have that GAM just did not know about. As Pop9 going to get that Scry's Bloom across the rift, know what GAM has to offer, and Carrick's the 4th Drake of the game, nearly here, and GAM are making a move.
Hongshu is off on the side. GAM have moments of a 5v4. If they pull the trigger, they do. They go straight in onto Florin, but there's Pop9 diving onto the backside. Public execution is good, but it's DCG that are falling away in this fight. Only Taki has gone down the other side. Xiaoxi will fall as well. Hongshu has a stolen Gwen ult, dives onto the backside, desperately trying to find Kiaya, does manage to do it alongside Feng, but it's GAM as they take the fight. They'll take the objective, and they are looking strong here in game number 4.
It's an ace over to GAM on the back of the fight there. GAM started it off. Florin and Pop9 went deep in the middle of GAM, and they were annihilated immediately in the extended fight. It feels like DCG did well to get 2 back onto GAM, but we see it again. They see Florin, they pull the trigger. Florin able to kind of use that ultimate to get back onto the targets that he wanted to here. Is GAM, they get the Baron back in live, and then Artemis picks up 2 nice and early, is able to dodge those snips coming out of Hongshu with that stolen Kiaya ult, and Draktar with some very, very valuable flag and drags, getting some knockups there. Just a well-executed fight, and it was good from DCG too. They looked like they had a strong turnaround as Carrick's Xiaoxi might be caught.
Spidernaut does get him out of there, but there's now a dragon on the map. GAM want to contest for this. They don't want to let DCG have soul point. DCG, I think, doing the smart thing, giving this up. This is, 30 seconds or so of time off GAM's buff. They're not pushing waves in while they're taking dragon. So that's a bit of a consolation prize for Relove DCG. But it is only a consolation prize. They still need to get back into this one, as they're now 3k gold behind.
Yeah, this is good form coming out of GAM. They are slowly pushing that gold lead out even more. And I mean, you see the graph there. DCG did so well, even reducing it down at that 20 minimum, because Draktar walks up in the face of Florin here. Oh, deep TP. Carrick's, it's a fight.
Hongshu is here, steals away the Cataclysm. There's the EQ out, though. They should be okay as RS can ping to the other side. Hongshu trapped in a cage of his own creation. Does go back in, falls down. Pop9 arrives, though. It's a 1-for-1 as Artemis falls. Draktar is in trouble. He's on the wrong side of the tracks. He'll be shut down. And DCG, they find a fight. But it's Kiaya getting a tower at the same time. It's trades back and forth.
Yeah, ultimately a 1-for-2 there in favor of Relove DCG. Hongshu goes down, as does Artemis and Draktar. So that does take 2 Baron empowered, champions off the rift. As we see this here, Draktar starts it off. He just walks in the face of Florin and hits the turret. He really wanted that crystalline growth. Ares and Draktar, though, they're on the run because they see Florin is aggressing forward and fast. So they know something's up. I love this sequence of plays here from GAM. They showed up, they turned it back onto Hongshu, but DCG turned up harder, they turned up faster, and were able to get Drakthar as well off the back of this one. So a great fight from both sides. I think a little overconfidence from GAM, if anything, because Drakthar, I don't think it was worth hitting that crystalline growth to lose 2 members there.
I agree. Probably not, but here they go again. They're going to try and find the fight. The Cataclysm goes in on top of Feng. There's a charm as well. It's a lot of damage, but the follow-up is not there. Now RS arrives. Now GAM can hit the gas as Artemis and RS make short work of 2 members of DCG. And again, it's a 2-for-1, but a tower traded for it. It's back and forth, a deja vu. This time, however, Artemis is going to get some personal time with a tower and get some for himself.
Yeah, so it was a 2-for-1 in favor of GAM, and yes, DCG got 1 tower, but GAM also got a tower, so they definitely came out on the better of that trade. And oh, Carix, I'm loving this game 4. It feels like it's like the 5th game in a BO5, and we're like 2 aside here. Artemis just secures that Scuttle Crab for that vision control. When we go to this replay where it all kicked off again, and like every good fight, it starts around that ward. Hongshu Proto Belt's out of the initial engage from Drakthar, which keeps him in the fight a little bit longer. But the numbers advantage from GAM is what changes this, right? They just brought more members and there was nothing DCG could do. They had to back away from this one. The next Drake, 1.5 minutes away. The next Baron, also 1.5 minutes away. The timing of these 2 jungle objectives could not be more perfect for our, at least, you know, viewing entertainment. Which way will what team go? I have to imagine DCG will probably go for this Baron, but I say that because GAM got the last Baron, so it's almost like, oh, you know, tit for tat, we'll get this one, you get the Drake. But then it gives GAM soul point, right? And DCG doesn't want that either, so I actually think an all-out brawl is coming on this 5th Drake of the game.
Certainly could be, and one thing that I did notice in that last fight is just Kiaya has scaled on this Gwen. This is one of his best champions. He's so talented on this pick. He was dancing through the fight. They put so much effort into killing him, and then he just went golden. Didn't matter at all. He is going to become a serious problem. 3 items on the Gwen, can teleport in with a big shield. Florin, I don't think he's having a bad game by any means. This Ambessa has been pretty good, finding good public executions, but Kiaya is going to become more and more of a problem, because the problem is you can kill Kiaya. You can put the resources into a Gwen and you can kill her, and then the Sivir kills you. Or you can put all the resources into a Sivir and then the Aurora kills you. Do you see the problem? It's a poison chalice here, Logan, as we are 10 seconds away from this Drake.
DCG, they have the priority on the Drake. GAM gonna have they pull the trigger.
Xiaoxi does manage to throw the hook to get out of there. Aurora ult used as well. Valuable buttons being pressed. Dragon spawns. It's been pulled. Here comes the teleport. Kiaya will arrive with that big shield. They do get an engage on him, but the shield keeps him so safe. The immediate kill onto Xiaoxi. The charm lands in the back. Feng goes down. Florin will get soloed out by the 4 of them. GAM pull the trigger and snap the neck of DCG. They're running to the base. They want to put this one to bed.
Yeah, Drake be damned. They are going straight for the tower. Kiaya just frontlining it, saying, you can hit me, we're going to out-damage this. It's Hongshu forced to respond. He was trying to get something done on the bot side, but GAM, they're going to end it here, Carix.
GAM are gonna get it ready. They're going for the reverse sweep, Logan. They look like a different beast after the end of game 2. They're reinvigorated, they're on the run, and they want to book a place in the finals. It's Silver Scrapes here at the LCP.
2 apiece, Carix, and as you said, Silver Scrapes is on the agenda. We are going to a game 5. This is a series that we are being spoiled with here. Both teams fighting out of their mind in this semi-final. This is their last chance. Winner goes to MSI. Winner goes to the LCP Grand Final. The loser knocked out gets nothing. So both sides not willing to relinquish anything here as we get some fantastic LCP fan art.
Oh, and we've just got one more game left. Winner takes all. Let's have a look at the damage charts, and yeah, that tells the story. It was RS, Kiaya, and Artemis putting on an absolute show in Game 4.
Yeah, that's the thing with Aurora, right? She's so strong. She can essentially one-shot a squishy backliner in the late game. And then you've got Kiaya also on that Gwen, that AP scaling monster who can just run through, again, even your front line, right? And this is what we spoke about in the draft before we even got to the game, is like, who can stand up in the face of this Gwen in the late game? Because they just didn't have a real sort of true tank. They had a bruiser in Ambessa who had some shielding. Yeah, they've got Nocturne, but Nocturne's extremely squishy and it wants to be in melee, but I don't think it wants to be in melee against a Gwen, right? So it really was just let's play the game. Let's make sure we're still in the game at around that 25-minute mark. And Kiaya on this Gwen can just absolutely take over, because that's what he was starting to do towards that mid lane as well there, Carrix. As you said, they had to invest so much to take him out, and then he had the Zhonya's Hourglass, and he just became a problem too big. I did like Hongshu's pick on the Silas, though. He did get a lot of use out of all of GAM's ultimates.
Yeah, but not enough, unfortunately. I just think he did okay in side lanes, interactions like this where he was stealing the Aurora ult to keep himself safe, got a lot of value, but in the actual 5v5s, I feel like this Silas just didn't really get involved, just sort of flitted around the outside of the fight, didn't find those big abducts into it to try and solo out an Artemis, to try and solo out an RS, and it just gave too much space to the long fight team of GAM. Realistically, if a fight was going for longer than, say, 15 or so seconds, a Sivir and a Gwen are winning that. DCG, and one more chance.
And win it they did. I mean, even in this highlight right here, right, Florin and Pop9 went in and they were met with all members of GAM. Artemis netting himself 2 early kills in that particular fight, which just gave them the numbers advantage, and then they were able to sort of run away with it from there. There was still some characteristic GAM plays, I want to say. It feels like we can't have a game where Drakthar doesn't make, dare I say, a questionable call, which we see here in this play, but they weren't punished as heavily here as they have been in previous games. So I'd have to say it was kind of luckier than not on that one, because Relove DCG, they're that quality of opponent that you make a mistake in front of them, they know how to punish you, and they will every single time. So Drakthar needs to be careful about going deep or having a cheeky hit on that turret to get that crystalline growth, because out of nothing, it just turns into an entire 5v5 team fight, Carrix.
Yeah, exactly. These teams are super aggressive. And now, I mean, this is what Legends are made of, right? Here in the LCP, we're made for this, but Game 5s are so hard. Fearless pushes you so deep into the champion pools, into the strat book from the coaches. What have you got left? Both teams, you've got to show us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's, what, like 8 champs banned away from every single role now because we're into Fearless. We're heading into that 5th game. We still have 10 more bans to come through for our normal picks and bans in these drafts. So we are going to get some really interesting, we are going to get some spicy drafts here, Carrix, and I'm excited for it. But we will go to Game 5 right after this break and enjoy Silver Scrapes, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
sau đó thì T-Rope họ đang đẩy tiếp trên đường giữa, mở luôn ngay lập tức.
Nhưng mà Saucy gặp nguy hiểm, bảo đạn xả khá là đẹp, bút lao vào hút tung qua, cơ hội quét sạch cho team Secret Well và 3 mạng có cho chúng ta.
也是只能慢慢走进来，先是一个球放出去，瑞儿被踹出去了，全部 CC 控制放在小 T 身上，玉铁之柱没骑出来，就在空中倒地。而 Pop 9这里选择钻出去，还2个顶2个，配上好运姐的 double， 差一点，而且没有前排的关系，但是野区的2被抓了，不对，嘉文被顶了起来 ，Pop 9交闪后面有一个华丽谢幕，这波野区打起来。 谁开大 ，Pistol 往后闪，这里有心有无双，但是冰鸟这边非常不错，轰左，然后后面有一个往前输的机会，迪瑞这里只能交闪，轰左也想追，
还能操作吗？
比也想保住雷兹，这里先把冰鸟给推到墙上，后面有个致命伏笔定住对方的冰鸟，但是比也要被留住 ，DCG 野区的碰撞防守打了一波1万3。
đi sát vào tường xuống khu vực đường dưới để hỗ trợ cho SD. Những ý định băng trụ của Deep Road vẫn có, bóng nay đi thẳng vào làm choáng, đánh đu lên câu thời gian, đáp xuống chạy về trụ. Bia sẽ hỗ trợ tốt cho đi trong pha này. Thậm chí chúng ta có cơ hội phản công khi Saucy đã khá là thất máu, nhưng đi cũng bị bắn khá nhiều. Bóng này mất công kích vũ bão, Dide đã vào vị trí nhắm vào phía rừng của đối phương, có đầy đủ tầm nhìn, đang khép góc lại cứ đánh tay mà thôi. Bóng này quyết định đổi góc, giật bắn cũng được kích hoạt vào chỗ của Dide và tạm thời Dide cũng phải tìm cách đúng bởi máu của ta không còn nhiều đó, phải tốc biến qua tường. Phía bên này SD vẫn đang bắn tốt, nhưng xác định tốc biến là chưa đủ, bắn không đủ rồi. Nội tại được kích hoạt sau lượt 90. Lần sau nếu như cái cán nhận trúng kết hợp với lại 7 thì đó có thể là màn hạ gục, nhưng cán nhận đã bị che cho nên là Phân vẫn có khoảng trống tiến lên, nhưng người không bị áp lực nhiều lắm là Saucy nằm xuống, Fan cũng nằm luôn. Double kill cho Bia.
Carrix, I can't believe I'm saying this, but we find ourselves at Game 5 of tonight's best of 5 between DCG and GAM. That's right, you are listening to Silver Scrapes as both of these teams get ready for the 5th and final match of tonight's semi-finals, Carrix. What a wild thing to be thinking.
There is one nexus between these teams and the finals. One nexus between these teams and MSI. One nexus between them and Glory. This is the series we wanted. It has delivered. And now the only question is, Logan, who's right, you or Pike?
Well, I mean, you're in the mix too, right? You and I both predicted 3-2 for GAM.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And, you know, Pike predicted 3-2 for Relove DCG. You know, I'm gonna bet on us, mate. I'm gonna say we got the better call here because I would really love to see how GAM shapes up against Team Secret Wales in that grand final, and I would really love to see GAM on that international stage. And you know what, Carrix? I have to back myself. I said GAM would be our second team to make it to MSI, so now is the time. Here is their moment. They have to prove me right. Otherwise, I'm going to start getting some doubters out there in chat, I reckon.
Yeah, we've got to make sure that we look smart. Because, and the question is, Game 5s are notoriously hard to predict because they just test your experience. How is your nerve? Basically, are your hands starting to shake? Is the pressure starting to get to you? Because there is an immense amount of pressure. DCG, yeah, you had 2 fairly easy wins, but now you've lost 2 in a row. It gets a bit scary. GAM, you're pushed deep in your champion pool. Do you have a 3rd string to go to? It's terrifying. But the one thing I have to lean back on and why I think our predictions could come true is I've seen GAM here before. So many times they have been in Game 5s, backs against the wall, and they have found another level.
And that's the thing. Some teams are literally BO5 specialists, right? You give them the distance, they will go that marathon. And you look at those series bans, those fearless bans, 8 champs from every single role. That's 40 just straight up unable to be used. And that Cassiopeia will still not be seen in this Game 5 here. And I want to touch back on something that you were saying, right? Is these guys, they've been on stage playing these games for more than 2 hours already. This will take them to over 2.5 hours by the time this next game ends. Like, this is a test of endurance. This is a test of their, athleticism, their physical fitness, right? Because you can get hand cramps, you can get mental fatigue. And so it's these 5-game bangers that we get spoiled by that really show us the true colors of these teams. And LeBlanc banned away. They don't want RS having that one.
And that shows that we are in Game 5 of Fearless, with LeBlanc being a first phase ban. A crazy one, but this lets the Varus through. This has to be locked up. This is clearly the best champion remaining, at least for the bot lane. GAM, I almost think maybe you could have let Olaf through. You could have banned this one out, because I don't know what Artemis takes into this.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the Sivir anymore, and Sivir is sort of the classic counter in this matchup, just having that spell shield, able to prevent that Q poke, able to get a little wave clear down as well, apply the pressure. But Sivir, as you can see, is in that series ban, in that fearless ban. So I almost have to imagine that GAM banned that Olaf because they had a plan for the Varus. They knew it would be picked up, and they've got a comp that they're going to be able to answer this one with, but we're not going to start to see it until they start picking it. And Maokai, ooh, here's the question though. Is that going to go in the jungle, which we've seen a couple of times already, or will it be a support? My money though, Carrix, is we're going to see Drakthar in the jungle on that one.
This Tristana hover, I think that's a top lane Tristana. It is flexible, but I don't like it at all. I'm hoping that doesn't go top lane. We've seen it twice and it has not worked.
Ooh, Sejuani being hovered there though for Relove DCG. I like Sejuani. Sejuani is one of those sort of deep jungle pickups. Very, very tanky. Excellent front line, has great ultimate to be able to lock down your opponents when the team fights break out, slow the ones that you don't hit in the middle. So I already like this, right? You keep Varus safe at a long range. You've got Sejuani frontlining, stunning, slowing. This already speaks to me of a well-thought composition, and they're locking in a 3rd blue background champion here, Carrix. I'm wondering, is DCG going with an all-blue comp?
Yeah, their champions are all standing in the same room. That's the crazy thing. They knew they were going to be a team. But when they got their photos taken, how is GAM going to round this out? It could be a mid lane pick and then you ban 2 more. I don't think you want to reveal where these 2 picks are going. These are both flex picks. Tristana can go to 3 roles. Maokai can go to 2. There's the Ziggs picked up. All right, so that's how Artemis is going to stay safe against the Varus. He's just not going to engage.
Yeah, just stay at maximum range, clear the waves, and not let Varus even get close. And it's funny how you're saying they're not gonna, like, they shouldn't reveal, and then immediately they just go, look, it's Ziggs APC on the bot side, so that Tristana.
It could still be two different solo lanes. You can play Tristana mid. We've mostly seen her top recently, but has in the past certainly been a mid laner. So there's still some flexibility there. I mean, you could throw crazy things, and that could be Ziggs mid. It's not played very often, but it is not impossible for that to be played.
I would like to point out a support that is still available. Blitzcrank and Leona.
I think Blitzcrank game 5 is very risky. Leona, I mean, comboed with a Maokai can be pretty great. You dump the Solar Flare, you use that Mega Inferno Bomb as well. I don't necessarily want to see it picked for DCG. I don't think it synergizes super well with the Varus, but there is so much left available.
Yeah, it's always great coming to these game 5s, right? And you see all these bans coming through, and I like the Yone ban against Hongshu. We were talking about this before game 1 even. Before we even went live, I recall you and I were having a chat, and I was like, it'd be great to see Hongshu on that Yone, but we both agreed that it wouldn't be until like game 4 or game 5 if we saw it at all. And it feels like GAM has that same read. They're like, we cannot let Hongshu have that Yone as an option here. So do love the ban, and Renekton followed up, and ooh, maybe the Shen this time.
And we are still maintaining flexibility here. GAM is still not showing where everything is going to go. This still could be Maokai jungle. I think it probably is Maokai jungle, Tristana top, and then Shen support. That's the most likely, but it's not guaranteed. DCG still need to just play with the flexibility in mind. I think Victor would make a lot of sense here. I'd like to see that picked up. Braum as well is a good pick. Can just block the Maokai ult, can block the Ziggs ult. Xiaoxi will be happy with that one. And they hovered the Victor before. I think you lock that one in.
I mean, the fact that Victor's still up and available as well, he's definitely one of the more sort of played mid laners that we said, oh, no, Fizz? The AP assassin? They're toying with our feelings, Carrix. Zoe here too.
I think the Zoe might be where we go. Or, okay, they're going to go the Azir. Ooh. Now, this is interesting because over in the LPL, Knight has played Ziggs mid to counter this specific pick. He does play, he pulls out the Ziggs mid to counter Azir. I don't know if that's what GAM has planned. I don't know if RS has practiced that. But it's just a possibility that we do see a different pick for Artemis locked in.
Oh,
okay, it doesn't happen in the end. It's just going to be the Aatrox.
Yeah, okay. I'm waiting for the graphic to update, because could you imagine Aatrox bot and Shen support? That'd be kind of wild.
Well, I think what it's going to be, it's going to be Tristana bot. With Tristana bot, Ziggs mid. He's going to use the Ziggs as the Azir counter.
Yeah, they've been reading the LPL playbook, as you were saying. This is very interesting. This is a game 5. This is with 40 champs banned. Oh, there it is. Oh, the graphic has been updated. Yeah, you're like, oh. But as we saw, Maokai in the jungle. Yeah, I mean, for sure. We do see that, though. We see that Tristana is now in that mid lane. Ziggs will be AP on the bot side with Shen in support. So a bit more of a traditional draft than we were kind of hoping for, you know, hypothetically over there. But Aatrox has been brought out in that top side for Kiaya. It will be interesting to see how well he's able to pilot that one, because that has not been seen here in the knockout stages, and let alone the semi-finals. As a bit of a reminder, right? This is it. There's no more chances. Yep. You lose, you're done, you're out. Your hopes of MSI is gone. Your hopes of the grand final gone. You win, that is your reward. I mean, you've got to win here.
You have to win here. Exactly, Logan. This is it. This is the last chance. MSI is so tantalizingly close. The finals are tantalizingly close for both of these teams. RS, I think a lot of this game is on him. I think the Azir pick might have been a little bit of a panic one from Hongshu. I think this is punishable if RS pilots this pick to perfection.
I mean, right now he's kind of just losing this mid lane trade. He just put the bomb on and walked away as Taki getting punished in the bot side here. Good trade.
Yeah, look, he's playing a melee support into Varus. It's not much fun. He will be okay, though. This GAM bot lane is not there to hard win lane. It's there to survive lane and scale the rest of the game.
Yeah, and then break out into those team fights and hopefully win that way. Florin currently beating Kiaya down a bit. Both of them, neither of them have that grasp of the Undying, so they're not going to be overly aggressive with their trading here. We do see a lot of TPs on the side of GAM. They've got 3 there, Artemis, Ares, and Kiaya, which speaks to me of moving around the map as fast as possible. You know, that Shen does have that global ult too, as Ares looks to punish Hongshu that you were talking about. Cleanse, though, for Feng, so he's scared of that CC. He really doesn't want to be locked down and taken out of these fights before he has any opportunity to have any impact here as well, Carrix. The junglers, they did both start, I think, on that top side, and they've worked their way down to the bot. And yeah, we've got some vision coming down too. I like it. It's League of Legends, it's GAM versus DCG, it's game 5.
It is. We have to be. We have to lock in, get excited. As the tricky thing is though is where the first sort of band-aid is going to get ripped off, because none of these lanes are very gankable, particularly from GAM. You can't really go into the Trist. It's just too easy to buffer the jump against these champions. Kiaya is going to get pushed in, so it would have to be a dive. And then looking from Drakthar's side, there's no real CC setup to go alongside the Maokai wherever he goes. We're going to split the Scuttle Crab 1 for 1 as this bot lane just keeps getting pushed in. But this is, again, this is fine for Ziggs. He does not care about being pushed in.
Ooh, Kiaya getting a good trade. Yeah, very nice. And yeah, as you say, I mean, DCG, they're currently at about a 200 gold lead, which 3.5 minutes is entirely inconsequential. That first Drake of the game, though, coming up in about a minute and a half. Florin playing carefully, playing patiently around vision. Kiaya. Oh, I like. Yeah, I was going to say he's read that play. He gets his ward down. He's going to recall on vision. Maokai in the area. Drakthar also sensing something is up. Kiaya also cancels. Oh no. Kiaya.
Florin is very low. Kiaya needs to play this perfectly. The Sejuani will reveal herself now. Needs to get away from the counter-strike. This flash to follow it up. There's the damage coming in. Drakthar doesn't get close enough. Burning his own flash. It couldn't go worse. GAM misread Pop9's movement and get punished.
Yeah, the patience out of Pop9 as well. He was in those bushes for a solid 30 seconds. Kiaya, again, had the read that something was up, but I think he was like, oh, after a certain amount of time, if nothing's happened, then I'm safe. And they just played that so well, so patiently here as Taki is in that mid lane chassis, pops the ward, spots him out, and reads what GAM is up to. This is that sort of, you know, a level of professional players. The supports are just doing a dance around this vision here. I mean, this is a Braum. He's going to stun you when he gets that 4th auto. I don't know if that's... what? Oh my God. What are they doing here, Carrix? They're just not even hitting the wards either. Yeah.
Well, neither of them wants to get locked into the animation of an auto attack on the ward, because they can get punished on the back of it. It's only one more Shouse. He's going to get the ward. Wins it out as Hongshu came over to help him. There it is. Supportal combat goes the way of DCG.
Yeah, we did see Pop 9 rotating there as well. So DCG just brought the members. Look at how fast those flashes were too. Kiaya flashing, Florin follows it up. Drakthar burnt his flash and unable to close that distance. So unfortunately, GAM find themselves at a flash deficit now off the back of that first blood that went over to DCG, and it went over to Pop 9, which means that Sejuani is going to get tankier a little bit sooner, going to be that little bit harder to kill, and they have started up the Drake. Taki in the area, Ares rotating, but DCG bringing members, so is GAM.
Yeah, but GAM don't have their jungler. This is not a real attempt, as Taki does dash in, has to just flash over that wall, and the damage is good. Another double bomb landing. Artemis could try and make something out of that. Sejuani ultimate thrown. Xiaoxi will put up the door. That should stop anything more. So it's just a few flashes and ultimates burned, but it's a dragon for DCG.
Yeah, dragon for DCG is Kiai was just waiting for that item in Fountain. He was dancing back and forth to be able to buy that one, which will slow his return to lane. But yeah, that first Drake of the game goes over to Relove DCG, and they are on the board. They're 500 gold up in this, let's call it a best of one, right? Because it's 2 apiece. This is the last and final game, as Florin is just fearlessly trading in the face of Kiai. He just sees him and he goes him. And he's got the vision down, right? GAM has vision, DCG has vision, water is wet, and the space is out there, you can't see it. It's a game 5. These drafts, they're so interesting, and there's so many yordles on GAM's side.
Exactly. Bandle City representing. They can put 2 hidden cards on the right.
I reckon Yordle diff 100%. They're going to hide all of those cards at Edge of Night, reveal it at reaction speed, and turn these fights around. And these two on the top, I love that we cut back to topside where they're just always skirmishing. Florin getting the better end of that trade, but Hongsu clearing this vision out, right? And so far, Pop 9 has been the difference maker for DCG as they push their lead to 1,000 gold. But I want to see Drakthar get involved. His flash is almost back up. I want to see him get those sprouts down and get some slow. Let Ares, let Artemis Taki get on top of, the Varus, on top of the Azir, who, can be a hard one to lock down. But DCG, they're doing everything right now, and they've started up the grubs.
They've secured 2. GAM do get there in time to get 1 for themselves, but they want the fight more. The Braum knocked forward. Xiaoxi having to flash over the wall. The bomb coming over top as, again, just a 2-1 grub split. But Feng gets to just farm a little bit by himself. This Varus will get scarier and scarier as Artemis returns to catch the wave. Florin going in on Kiaya. Wings are spread, but the Grandmaster's Might is already running. Kiaya solo killed in the top lane.
Well done by the observers. They're zooming in closer and closer and closer as Florin was about to close out that fight. Kiaya getting soloed down by Florin. That's right, it is the solo bolo. And Florin running this top lane. And this is the Florin that we saw in game 1 and 2, right, Carax? This is the Florin who had the better matchups, who had the lead. And here's how this fight broke out. I mean, Florin started at a health deficit. Kiaya walked in at 100% health, and Florin lost less than, say, 20% in that exchange. He just had the better fight in that situation, which puts him in that better position. He's going to be able to join those team fights stronger when they start to break out. He has the single largest gold lead on the side of DCG. He's nearly 1,000 of their 1.5K right now. I feel like Drakthar needs to get up there and help Kiaya, but then the jungle objectives will start to go over to DCG as well, and they've already got the first Drake, and they've already got 2 of those grubs.
Yeah, DCG is starting this one out well. Here's the engage. Xiaoxi leaps out of the brush. The chains of corruption land. Artemis does get far enough away, but Taki will just be sent down. It's more for DCG. They are looking clear. They have found their way back into this one and re-unlocked the gear they had in the first 2 games.
Yeah, we do get a look into the player rooms there and some happy faces on the side of DCG and some less than happy faces for GAM. There's 30 seconds till the second Drake of that game. Hongshu getting priority in that mid lane, trading heavily into Ares, who's so far not been able to have a great mid game against Hongshu, just getting the better of him here. And we do see Taki just on that top side, just getting some vision down. Oh, thank you, observers. We do love to see these skins and their special animations there. But Pop9 is jungling on the bot side for DCG. He's there just in case GAM decide to make a play on what they perceive to be a lone Feng. And 4 members of GAM on the top. They want to punish Florin.
Yeah, and this is being traded for the Dragon, so this kind of has to work, but Xiaoxi is already here. 3 members of GAM are here. Florin just flashing away. He is low. They'll bring the sword down. They get it. It's a decent Emperor's Divide, but they immediately re-aggress onto Hongshu. RS over the wall, needs a couple more autos, but the door is up. Xiaoxi, the hero, not quite enough. He does fall down, but look at the gold that Feng is getting. He's going to get a tower all to himself.
Yeah, like GAM sent so many resources to that top side to punish Florin. They do get Hongshu as well, but as you say, Feng just getting that cross-map gold, left alone with that turret, gets the first turret, which also nets him some bonus gold. That is not what you want to be doing for your enemy ADs, giving them all of that gold. I do like that Florin tried to aggress in onto GAM. He's like, well, the best defense is an offense here. Flashes out so the Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't take him out. A great Emperor's Divide there from Hongshu, trying to push them back under the turret, but they didn't pick up that aggro, so they were able to sort of safely chase DCG down and net that second kill. But again, these plays are met with cross-map plays. It's the tempo, right? Because GAM gave up every other lane. DCG, they didn't lose too much in the top side, and they gained a lot more in the bot. I like that from DCG as they complete all 5 of their role quests here, Carrix.
Yep, the role quests are coming in. Feng is getting another tower. This virus is a problem. This is not going to be something that GAM can easily deal with. He's now 1.5k ahead in the individual matchup with Artemis. The Ziggs can come down. They'll be able to get this tower with the Ziggs tower execute. Puts that satchel down. We'll be able to blow that one up. A bit of gold back, but still, Feng is an issue.
Yeah, Feng has completed that Shiv, static Shiv as well. So first item completions coming through. Nash's Tooth for the Azir. Hongshu, Pop9 going tanky with the belt there. And Kiaya has picked up that Sundered Sky for that extra sustainability, that extra bit of healing when he's frontlining for GAM when these inevitable team fights break out. But we love DCG. They're in a comfortable position. We're 14 minutes in. It's only 5 kills total, so it's a bit of a slower game. As Feng, he needs to be careful there, because that static Shiv procced, and he was in range of the turret, got the aggro and copped a turret shot just off an auto there. So, oh, yeah, good job, Artemis, sniped him. So he does need to be careful. But again, yeah. DCG, comfortable position, 14 minutes, 5 kills, 2.2k lead. They don't need to force this. They can let GAM come into them.
They can, but it's just a matter of how many times you can let GAM do that before a slip is made. A crack in the armor is found, and something like Eris can find its way home. It is a good lead for DCG. They are in a fantastic position, but I'm not counting GAM out just yet. They will continue to fight. They have tools. They can bring Taki in from anywhere. DCG start the Rift Herald. They should get this one uncontested as Pop9 continues objective dominance.
I almost have to think that, like, when GAM do their GAM time in game, maybe they like yell it's GAM time and suddenly they just all assemble in the same location. Like, I think that'd be such a sick bit of lore if they did that. But GAM on the run here, DCG looking for something.
Good cleanse there from Artemis. That was Mikhail's Crucible, getting him out of that one. Basically frame perfect there, frankly, from Taki. Very nice stuff.
Yeah.
There's the Rift Herald summon, though. The mid lane tower under serious attack. The Maokai ult comes in. Can they get anything back? Because the tower is gone. There's a teleport as well. Taki gets away from the stun, but gets blown up on the backside. A Zia turret means there's no chase, and DCG will just grow that lead even bigger.
Yeah, Hongshu popping that Shurima's Legacy to get that tower, get that extra pressure in the mid lane. DCG claim Taki, they get the mid tier 1, and they increase that gold lead up to 3k by 16 minutes. GAM, they've been here before. They're down, but they're definitely not out. We still have probably another 20 or so minutes of League of Legends to play, and they group up here to try and, you know, form a defense, but unfortunately, Feng, with all of that gold, is able to land that critical Q poke and take out Taki. They now use that mid lane priority that they built up, that they just earned, and get the third Drake of the game. And Carrix, this is unusual. They're on Soul Point already. They only need one more Drake in 5 minutes, and that win condition is online. The clock is now against GAM here.
Yeah, it really is. They need to find a way into the next fight. RS gets himself some gold. I think RS is going to be the hope for GAM. This Tristana must find value. It must one-shot someone. It must get a big buster shot onto someone like Feng or Hongshu, or I don't know how GAM is ever going to get back into this one. Kiaya is farming up. He's one item. Florin, he's aware, he's okay, but all of GAM are on this bot side. They're just clearing out the vision that DCG left behind. But as you said, 4-minute timer, tick-tock, tick-tock. GAM, what are you going to do?
I mean, they're going to push mid lane right now. They've got a stacked wave, Inferno Bomb there just to push DCG away. So they've opened up that map. They've injected that gold into Artemis, but he's still 1.7k down on Feng, who's just completed his second item there as well. So definitely coming online, definitely a danger to GAM, right? And because of that Q poke, and it penetrates through multiple champions, it can be a lot of damage. But Artemis, not to be outdone, picks up that Horizons as well, gets his second item in pocket. The next fight, I mean, it could happen at the Baron, which is in a minute and a half's time, or maybe they slow play it and it happens at that fourth Drake, that Soul. And I love what we're seeing out of Florin. He aggresses into Kiaya on this Aatrox, gets his stun, gets a little trade, and immediately runs away and dodges any counter trade that Kiaya is hoping to put back onto him, even though Kiaya has that 20 CS and half a level lead over Florin. He's just fearless in the face of this Aatrox.
Yeah, it knows that with the Executioner's blade in pocket, just has a good matchup into Kiaya at the moment. The healing cut, so valuable against a Sundered Sky Aatrox, just taking away so many effective stats. The observers are showing us how much value this ward is getting. Feng is spotted early. They know that at the moment, DCG are still just clearing waves. They're not setting up for a big play onto Kiaya. They're not trying to force RS off the top side. But again, 2 minutes remain on this dragon. DCG are in it to win it.
Yeah, that gold lead, though, has come down from 3k to 2k. So GAM doing a good job of getting those small wins, getting those little gold advantages where they can. So DCG, they have to kind of steady the boat, if you will, right the ship. They're trying to clear these wards out, prevent GAM from having any vision into this Baron, which is now spawned. The first sort of real significant, real major jungle objective is on the Rift. So now we come to the point where when this fourth Drake of the game comes up, what do? GAM, they have to prevent DCG from getting that fourth one. So I think what DCG will do is they'll give it over to GAM and they will take the Baron in trade. And I like that
Hang
play.
on. Maokai ultimate is used. The bomb from Ziggs does land, but Draktar's having to flash away. Pop9 is so tanky in the face, and Hongshu sweeps them all back. DCG are charging forward. They take down 2. DCG can start the Baron. They'll move to the Dragon, and Hongshu sweeping them all up.
Kiaya and Draktar are dead. GAM have no jungler. They cannot contest this Baron in DCG. They win the team fight at the right time. They find themselves with 5 Baron-empowered team members. As we take a look at this, Taki just jockeying, vying for vision. Draktar's Maokai ult, it goes south of DCG. It's not a miss, it's a zoning ult. It wants to force DCG into GAM, but DCG were ready for this. Hongshu goes deep with that Emperor's Divide, able to carve GAM up, separate them, and deliver them into the waiting arms of the rest of DCG. And Feng is on a tear on this Varus. They get the Baron, and it looks like they're gonna get the soul here, Carrix. This is devastating from DCG.
Yeah, and GAM can't even contest it. They're just going to try and get some gold back by sending Aris to the top side. Tristana does shred towers. Can't even get the inner, though. The response will come in time. Has to just back off, get a plate, and that's about it. GAM are being dismantled in this game. They're 5k gold down. There's a Baron buff and a soul on DCG. And DCG, they're not looking at GAM. They're looking straight through them to Team Secret Wales, and they're throwing down the gauntlet.
Yeah, and it's not just any soul, it's a Hextech soul as well, which Feng is absolutely loving. Going to be able to, Taki trying to recall there. Feng is going to have that long range poke. He's going to have that Hextech soul proc, which is going to slow GAM down as well. So it's really going to do some work. You look at all those buffs. He's also got the red buff on him. Feng is just an absolute monster. 3,000 of the 5k gold lead for DCG is on the AD carry alone. He does still have to respect the damage coming out of Artemis, but if we look at GAM here, Carrix, it feels like Ares and Artemis both are having relatively quiet games because DCG are just shutting them down. They're shutting them out of these fights. They're not letting them have impact. As Pop9?
He's fairly deep. He is a teleport in. Kiaya desperately trying to find Feng, but he's just locked up. He's going to get one shot. The Stand United, they're desperately trying. They do find Feng. This could be a fight back as 2 have gone down. Hongshu will fall as well. GAM have found a little bit of something. Pop9 and Florent are going to be out of reach, but a 3-for-1 in favor of GAM. There is life in these boys yet.
Yeah, they're not willing to let this game go. They know the stakes that are on the table here. A great deep flank from Kiaya, able to punish. They cut DCG's Baron power play down to just 500 gold. That is definitely one of the smallest that we have seen. And it all starts with Pop9 in the back lines of GAM here. It draws a few members of DCG in. Xiaoxi gets caught by that Maokai ult, but it's Kiaya. Eyes transfixed on Feng. Taki helps to lock him down so he can't kite Kiaya out. They shut down Xiaoxi as well. Ares and Artemis chase Pop9 off with their insane damage in concert with one another, and they're able to take that team fight. They've removed a lot of the power that DCG had there, and they've netted themselves some important gold too. They've cut that gold lead by about 1,000 from Relove DCG, and it is important they contest for these major objectives coming up soon, Carrix, because if GAM can't win a couple more team fights, they're just waiting for the inevitable defeat.
Exactly. They have to keep doing it. They have to add another win onto that one. And it just gets harder and harder. Feng only just went down, and he's only going to get stronger. 3 items now. The Terminus complete. He's far ahead of Artemis. He is doing so much damage. Letting this Varus through in Game 5 of our Losers Finals may well come back to haunt GAM.
I mean, come back to haunt them. It's haunting them right now. He is 3-1. He's outpacing Artemis significantly. He's carrying the gold lead for Relove DCG. GAM, it feels like they're almost living in a nightmare. Yes, RS is 2-0. He's got the better of Hongshu in terms of pure numbers. Oh. Okay.
Top9 rooted up under tower, but he's okay. Drakthar losing his flash, a bit of a disaster.
It's okay. Could have been worse. Kiaya and Florin trading on that bot side, just jockeying for position as DCG. They've turned their sights on this bot lane.
Yeah, Kiaya has to back off. There's too much of a wave there. The tower will go down. It's more gold now. 5.5k in favor of DCG. GAM need another miracle, and then they need about 5 more after that.
I argue they only need the one, and that miracle is called an Elder flip. Baron in 30 seconds, Elder in 90 seconds. If GAM can hold on, if GAM can win even one of those big objective fights, they can at least keep themselves in this, and dare I say, if they get that Elder, they could win this. Oh, Florin, oh my god.
Florin in the brush, does land the counter-strike. Doesn't want to actually have an extended fight with Kiaya, though. Not so super advantageous to him when he would be tanking up the minions and his cooldown's already used, but still burning Kiaya's ultimate. Super valuable stuff.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Carrix. That's exactly what he wanted, the ult out of Kiaya. He's now far less effective of a frontliner, far less threatening when this inevitable team fight comes up. We do see the visions, the wards down here around the Baron. GAM will know when DCG started up, and oh, maybe they don't. GAM have got a sensor chassis in the area. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything they can do about it, though, even if they do know the Baron's happening. That's just going to be secured. The best thing they can get is that DCG will be resetting when the Elder Drake spawns, but it's a Hextech map. They have Hex Gates, they have TPs. Elder Flip is on the table, Logan. DCG are going to be here in time. Feng will be the late arrival, but the gate gets him there. Top9 finds Taki, just some damage for now. The chain from Kiaya does not yank him in. There's the Maokai ultimate. There's the Ziggs ult. It's good damage, but it's not enough. Kiaya locked down. Kiaya in trouble, managing to swing that sword. RS kites his way out of that, but there it is. Hongshu finds the divide and splits GAM across. Feng shoots them down. Feng books DCG a spot in our final. I think might not be ending it quite yet, but it will be a push in. They have the Baron buff, they have a minion wave, and Logan, they're gonna race to that Nexus.
It was Florin in the backline who hand-delivered the GAM over, stunning 4 members. Shasi getting a little bit keen there, but Florin TP's back in. They're going to try and end it here. It's another 10 seconds before more members of GAM are up. It's only Taki against the world, Carrix.
Taki has to do it all. He lands a taunt, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's DCG. They're getting a rematch in the finals against Team Secret Wales. DCG will be at MSI as they put GAM to bed.
Relove DCG book their spot at MSI. They book their spot in the LCP Split 2 Grand Final. It will be a rematch against Team Secret Wales. There is no stopping this team. They are the thorn in the side of Team Secret Wales, and I have to believe that they are going to push them at least to 5 in tomorrow night's Grand Final. And that just felt like a slow burn, Carrix. It just felt like DCG had the tools and they were waiting for GAM to slip up, waiting for GAM to play into them, and it happened almost every single time, and they were able to take advantage of it so well, so fast. But credit to GAM, they end their run here and now in the LCP Split 2 as our sort of third overall, getting knocked out in this semi-final. Stand tall, stand proud, you did amazing.
And DCG, what a team. Florin showing off. This team has gone all the way from finishing 5th in the regular season. They were written off. People looked at their first round matchup against the SoftBank Hawks and they said, DCG don't have a chance. DCG proved them wrong. DCG proved all of us wrong as they have made the run all the way to the finals, to MSI. Take a bow.
Not only a bow, but take a moment to relish in this victory. It was hard fought, it was hard earned. DCG won Game 1 and Game 2. Then GAM turned it on. They brought Ares in. They subbed out Glory for the experience, for the veteran that is Ares, and he immediately had impact. GAM won Game 3. GAM won Game 4. They took us to Silver Scrapes. They took us to a Game 5 situation, and DCG proved they could go the distance, and they took the Game 5. And you look at this, Artemis, as an individual, did the most amount of damage, but it still wasn't enough. Hongshu, some great Emperor's Divides. Ares muted in this game. You were saying we were looking for him to have that impact. We were looking for him to get those angles and that damage, and he just was not able to do it. Florin getting a beautiful counter-strike onto 3 in the back of GAM, which ended that fight. It gave DCG all the time, all the tools they needed to win the fight and shut down Game 5.
And there it is, Pop9, a very, very well-deserved player of the match. He was fantastic in every single game. That Sejuani in the last game was instrumental to buying space for the rest of the team. I love what I've seen, and Team Secret Wales, I hope you're ready.
I mean, Team Secret Wales, they've had plenty of time to practice. They've got plenty of VODs to review as Pop9, again, player of that match. Look at that Pantheon. Look at that Sejuani. 84% kill participation average between those two games alone. Able to put down some fantastic numbers, always playing for the team. Even in those losing games 3 and 4, he still had impact. He was still making plays. He was never the weak point in DCG all series long, and that's fantastic credit to him. And another player who was never the weakness is Florin. Florin in this top lane, we saw it in game 1, 2, and 5 especially so. When he was able to get a comfort champion, when he was able to get the counter pick against Kiaya, he ran that lane every single time. And even in game 3 and 4, he played weak side, but he still never lost too heavily. He was never the point of weakness or where GAM could collapse on. So big credit to Florin for playing that so well.
100% agree. All 5 members really of DCG had their times to shine across this series. It would have been pretty hard to pick a player of the match, as much as I do think Pop9 deserved it in the end. GAM, they started out as the 2nd seed, and it will be 3rd that they end up as. They will fall down. They were just not able to find the endurance, find the draft for the 5th game, and it was plays like this from Hongshu that put DCG in the winner's chair.
Yeah, and that Azir game is actually the first win Azir has had in the knockout stages as well, so Hongshu can add that feather to his cap. And this Maokai ult, it feels like a couple of these Maokai ults from Drakthar unfortunately went a little wide, didn't have the impact that hopefully that they were going to have, whereas Hongshu's Emperor's Divides, they had impact every time. He was able to find some big sweeps. He was able to scoop up and deliver GAM into the waiting clutches of DCG. And, you know, Florin was there with the Counter-Strike ready to stun them down. Braum, Xiaoxi was frontlining so effectively, nullifying so much damage, applying that Braum passive effectively, allowing all of these stuns to come through from those concussive blows. And it's hard to play around that when you're GAM. They didn't have the biggest front line because they were able to neutralize Kiaya on that Aatrox so effectively. And there's tonight's results. GAM lose to DCG 2-3.
Yeah, DCG, they booked themselves a place in the final, and that will just be tomorrow. There is no time to lick your wounds and get ready. You have to immediately rearm and get off the runway because Team Secret Wales are lurking tomorrow. And I'm so excited for that match. I think it'll go 5, and I think it'll be 5 of the best.
Yeah, they definitely don't want Split 1 to come back and bite them, right? Split 1, this was the exact same grand final. It was Team Secret Wales versus Relove DCG, and Team Secret Wales swept DCG 3-0, but I have to believe that DCG, they are prepared. They've had such a long journey here. They've played something like over 10 games in this knockout stage alone, and Team Secret Wales, they haven't had to play as much, right? They haven't been practicing as much on stage as DCG, so they are ready. They're raring to go, and they proved it here tonight in this 5-game banger as we see those updated player of the match standings. And yeah, Carrix, it's all for tomorrow night. We know who's going to MSI. It is DCG. It is Team Secret Wales. We know who's in the grand final. It's those same two teams. I'm proud of the LCP. I'm proud of the representatives we're putting forward. Do you have any final thoughts before we wrap it up tonight?
Only to congratulate DCG. I think they will make us proud at MSI no matter the results tomorrow. But come on, you can't lose to Team Secret Wales twice.
That's it. Pride is on the line as well. But that is it. That's all from us here from the LCP. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to come back tomorrow night for the LCP Split 2 Grand Final. Good night.